Yeah, too many colors of peace. I wanted to say, got the hat yesterday. As you can see it, specially made. Kemet Ray Ma'at, which means Black Sun Justice. So I want to thank you for that. And my wife, she wanted to say something too.
My hat was specially made as well, and it means first to step out of the waters of noon. And I want to say thank you to my aunt forever. Very nice.
Our sister RP is in the place to be. What's up, sister?
Et Sin E. How you doing?
Et Senate E. I'm doing nefer.
Oh, great, great. Um, well, I got it today. I was thinking it was coming from France, but then I did the tracking and it was outside actually when I went to check, and here it is.
Oh, that's what's up. It's just like my hat. That's what's up.
Yeah,
Let me do the solo layout. There it is, brothers and sisters. That's
yeah.
what's up.
I really like this. Yeah, so I have an after school program that I help facilitate. And I'm going to wear this because we're going to start talking about coding. So I'm going to
Okay.
use this as an introduction because this is a code. It's
Mm.
ancient code, but it's still a code. And then we're going to be able to, demonstrate. I'll be able to demonstrate to them the meanings inside each of the, glyphs and stuff. So, but yeah, I was looking online and I was like, this is actually like really good designs, So as soon as I get some more, extra money, I'm gonna get the matching hat, and I want to get a Ma'at shirt. But I really like the Kemet one to start with. Yeah, so it's really good, and the prices ain't bad either. So
Sister Andrea Brunet is in the place to be. How you doing, Senate?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
So you have something to show us today?
Yes, I went on to the product line and I bought 3 shirts and I just wanted to show you all what I got.
Oh, let's see.
Okay, so this is the first one. This is the
Ankh shirt.
The Ankh shirt. I got it in black and gold, but I think I'm gonna go and get a blue one too.
All right.
Okay, so that's the first one.
All
And
right.
then
The Ma'at. Oh, it looks
this,
good in blue.
yeah,
All
I don't know.
right.
Yeah, this is the Ma'at one.
Oh, that's
I
what's
don't know if you
up.
can see.
Yeah, we see it.
I'm trying. Can you see it?
Nice bright
And
color, you know.
yeah, I love this. I love this color. I love it. And then the piece de la resistance is my favorite.
I'm the best to be tonight.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
There's that on the sleeve too.
Even on the sleeve. All right.
Even on the sleeve. I had it. Yeah, this is the lick right here. So I'll be wearing that on your next live. I will have this one on.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, wow.
So that's the 3 ones I got.
Thank you very much for your support. It's appreciated. I'm glad that you like the products.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And we'll see you on the next live stream.
All right. See you soon, sister.
Okay.
Hotel.
All right.
All right. Hey, brother Donnie Williams. So you got your mail.
Yeah. What's up, Shaka? I was gonna do just I know it's a serious topic, but I was gonna do a little.
No, I appreciate that, bro. I'm glad.
So
glad. Yeah. Live unboxing, bro. You don't mind if I use this excerpt, like as a clip, my intro?
No, it's all good.
Thank you. Yeah. For those who wonder, I'm gonna share the link. All right, that's lovely.
Yeah, I got the Heather Gray. Oh man, Oh, you got
the Kemet shirt as well. Okay.
Yeah, can you? I didn't know it had that on the back though.
Back. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. That's what's up, man.
Lovely. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So just letting you know, just coming through, showing some support real quick, man. I'm about to get back into this Netflix film, so just wanted to say peace, man, and thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, brother.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Hotep Senu Hena Senut Tiren Isha Kanu Kemet. I hope you're doing well. The title of this live stream is Jesus and Moses. Are there any records from their lifetime? If not, how ancient are they? I want to make sure you can hear me well, first of all. Give me one moment. Okay, it sounds good on my end. Now, why is it not straight? Okay, so I'm sorry, I started the live stream late. I actually had a Emedu lecture class, which for some reason started later than scheduled. So I was like, basically 15 minutes late than the scheduled time. This time I had scheduled the stream to start at 5 p.m. EST instead of the usual 4 p.m. EST. But let me see who's in the place to be. Vin Bennett is in the place to be. Hotep. Andrew Burnett is in the place to be. Storm, it's been a minute. How you doing, sister? She's in the place to be. So thank you for telling me that I sound good. So even though you have a title or topic, when I go live, anybody can, bring any topic of their choice, you know what I'm saying? So we're going to see there's going to be some records given to us because, I hear there's a billion Muslims and a billion Christian. And so most likely we will have some records, of Jesus and Moses during their lifetime. Now, I have some new clips. And because I started late, I ain't going to play the clip of Frankie begging. He's supposed to flag me. I'm going to play the shorter clip where he admitted that he wants to get me and V Bennett, So he's still protecting child molesters.
After this whole polite case go on, and when this shit is over with, I want to see all you niggas. Listen to me good, y'all. Rob Bourne, Garfield, all y'all know who I'm talking about. I want to see all you niggas, cause I'm gonna be pulling up some reports of molestation in Harlem, in the Bronx, some fresh ones that just went on. I want to see y'all stand up and fight.
And the clip of the lady, that I've been calling, fake advocate, I guess I'm not gonna play tonight. She has a stream scheduled like in a few days, in a couple of days, so she's gonna have time to think. I mean, she could just, withdraw those copyright claims that she made against me. Because Frankie went in on her. I didn't go in on her. Frankie went in on her family. But who knows, Hey, I'm not gonna play tonight. And maybe she's gonna admit that she was wrong by telling him that he had every right when he insulted my mother and my children. But I don't expect anything, and I'm not asking anything. But let me play Frankie saying that, he wants to get V Bennett and I.
I want to get them niggas Shaka, though. I want to get Shaka and V Bennett.
Mm-hmm.
So let me play. Let me put the fair use disclaimer clip. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. So the link is here. Everybody can get on the panel, and we're just going to wait. But in the meantime, feel free to address any topic of your choice. You're free. Whether you agree with me or disagree with me, feel free, I don't know if Frankie's going to pop in again and run like a coward, but he knows because he came yesterday again and he was in the chat. He knows that his 2024 year will be full it will be full. After 2 months of 2024, he's already begging supporters to flag me. So he can only imagine how much work he's going to get that year. Or he can apologize for speaking sexually about my daughter. But the Meta Nurture class, it was lovely. I love it. I really love teaching the Meta Nurture. And for those who don't know me, you may have heard me using a few profanity, but before that, for like 19 years, wasn't using profanity unless I was quoting people, citing people. And last year, for a few months, I've been using some profanity because that disgusting, filthy Frankenstein spoke sexually about my daughter. And not only he done that a few times, but recently, just a few days ago, he spoke sexually about her again. And then he went live and he said that he's not taking anything back. So at some point, this is not something common. And I don't think he ever done that with anybody else, So even if he did it with anybody else, speaking sexually about a 3-year-old girl, 4-year-old girl, that's just disgusting, Hey, young Hill was in the place to be. How you doing, brother? So Jesus and Moses, are there any records from their lifetime? If not, how ancient are they? Some of you know some Abrahamic believers, whether they're Christian, Muslim, or Jewish or Hebrew, and feel free to ask them the question. Feel free to give them the links so they can get on the panel, or you can tell them to get in the chat. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if I made the chat for subscribers only. But if I didn't, hey, then the chat is open to everybody. Then let me see. Yeah, it is for subscribers only. So you know what? Hey, I made the chat open to everybody. Boom. The chat is open. You don't even have to be a subscriber. You don't even have to be a subscriber. So let's see. So, Christians, Muslims, Hebrews, Israelites. Hey. Dang. Why that different name? Yeah, you have that different name. Yeah, I got the call. But like I was saying, I had a class and I was a bit busy before that. Besides, my phone don't ring, so if I don't have it in front of me, near me, but I have a good brother, who called me. But I did not recall that, you were going by that different name there. But I hope you're doing well. How's your daughter? So, no records? No records during their lifetime? Is it that quick? Yeah. Jesus, Moses. Jesus, the main, figure, the main character for Christianity, and Moses, the main character for Judaism. There's no records during their lifetime? Should I rename the video and call it, open panel free talk? I'll leave it like that so people know for the record. All these Hebrews are like organization, they be making all these live streams, all these videos. They stand in the street and they talk to people and tell them that, we are Hebrews, we are Israelites. There's a lot in England now doing the same thing that people have been doing in America for a long time. They stand in the street and, she's in the UAE on vacation with her mother. Okay. That's what's up. That's what's up. Yes, it's a school holiday. I'm with my son for the school holidays. So I have it, the first week, and there's another week. So yeah, he's sleeping right now, but I'll be with him, been with him the whole week, enjoying his presence. Well, like I said, regardless of the title that you see on this video, anytime you have a title, you're free to address anything else, brothers and sisters. Last stream yesterday, today I was listening to some parts again. I mean, dang, man, Frankie went in, disrespectful Frankie went in on people's family members. Hey, Ralph, what's up, brother? Hey, what are we doing, y'all? Well, I came up with that title, Jesus and Moses. Are there any records within a lifetime? If not, how ancient are they? But we can address anything else, You guys have been in holidays here in France. Well, I thought it was, I don't know how to do it in America, but, there's a fair bit in France, yes. There's a fair bit of school holiday. So I guess in France it's good to be a school teacher. Some of you may remember that lady who was leader of an NAACP chapter, and she presented herself as a black person, but she's actually white. So her parents, probably her parents, released a picture of her when she was a child. She's been fired from her school because she's on OnlyFans. But I knew she was doing the OnlyFans, but I didn't know she was still working at the school. So she's in the news again. Yeah, we've been able. She got an OnlyFans. LOL. Yeah, I knew that. I knew that years ago when, as soon as she started the OnlyFans, the news, talked about it. But I had no idea she was still a teacher. She definitely loves the attention. I think her first name is Rachel. Sorry. Yeah, Rachel Dalziel. Sharing the link in the chat for everybody that may be interested. Teacher formerly known as Rachel Dalziel loses a job over OnlyFans account. Ralph wrote, "Oh my God, you say fired for what you?" I don't understand slang text. Well, here's a link, from the website theguardian.com. Did the Supreme Court come up with a decision regarding Donald Trump's presidential bid? I'm like, how many days is it supposed to last? Well, it looks like they did not come up with a decision yet, but it seems that many people believe that he will be able to run for the presidential elections. So, did any of you ask? I mean, needless to say, many of you know some Christians, some Muslims, some Jewish people. E. Walker wrote, "You sent me every slide we reviewed in class today to utilize as a study guide. Wow, that's awesome. I'm looking forward to the next class. Thank you, Brother Shaka. Appreciate that. I usually I don't tell who takes the classes, but if people want to stay, then they are welcome to do so. And E. Walker is letting you know that we had that meta nurture class, and indeed after the classes, I send the slides of the vocabulary that we go through. It may not be every single slide that we go through, but the majority of the vocabulary that we go through, so people can practice. So I'm very happy that he's satisfied with the first class. And like I said a few times, I mean, I already did some meta nurture classes free of charge. But there wasn't a big turn up. But if there was like 100 people, I wouldn't mind just carrying on and doing them for free. But people have to put value into it. People have to put value into it. It's not for everyone. It's a foreign language. But if we are to count all the people who use schematic name, who create by saying Hotep, who talk about the meta nurture, it's definitely way more than 100. Online. There's a fair bit, who be hanging, on the Filthy Frankie's platform, and they don't mind him speaking sexually about the child, but we're looking for proper people, decent people. Ralph wrote, "My bad for the poor texting. I was driving, texting. I shouldn't do that." No, it's okay. It's okay. No problem at all. No problem at all. But once again, if somebody wants to get on the panel, feel free. But you can just ask, ask the people that who are, Jewish, Hebrew, Muslim, Christian. Are there any records for Jesus during his lifetime? Are there any records for Moses during his lifetime? It's about 2 billion of them combined. Shouldn't be difficult. Otherwise, any other topic, feel free, brothers and sisters, feel free. Yeah, the meta nurture. I wouldn't mind if we had 100 people. I do those classes free of charge, and people have been paying, for private classes for years. I have testimonials. What's a shame though? Is that when it's trauma, when it's beef, you have between 50 people and 100 people. And when it's on the topic, you have way less. You must vote. Have you seen that Asian students, after challenging striking down affirmative action, are still not happy with U.S. college acceptance rate? Don't really understand that sentence, but I've heard that they stopped affirmative action, and I don't know anything else, don't really have any particular comments about this ending of the affirmative action. I'm not familiar with the U.S. College acceptance rates, so I did not even know that people were striking over that, Well, it may be a short live stream this evening. my goodness. I remember when I watched some parts of yesterday's live stream, there's a dude called Kinetic Energy. I forgot if he was a paid yeah, he was a paid supporter of my channel, my main channel, my Forever, which is private. And one day in the chat, it was like, "Oh man, crying for Frankie." So he bounced, and he bounced with another sister, who was also a paid supporter. But after a while, he left some positive comments, and he wrote, "This is good entertainment." When Frankie was going in and disrespecting the lady and her family. So a lot of people they say, "Yeah, I want the teaching, but when you do the teaching, they're not there." But when there's drama, they are here. Ralph wrote, "How did the woman avocado become an activist? Is she beating up women and using object to harm?" Well, I ain't tripping. She just disrespected us for months. She was also a paid supporter. The thing that I was doing when she became a paid supporter, I'm doing the same thing. It's obvious, and we know it for sure. We figured that months ago that she did all that for Frankie. She did all that for Fiaku Frankie Sanada because she wanted to be back over on that panel. Chris Harris did the same thing. Had some words towards me because he was butt kissing Sanada. Sanada humiliated him, So that's not the first time that thing happened, Talking about her daddy, a gangster. She has family. People shouldn't worry about people online. They should be worried about people offline and all this stuff. It's always like that. They're always, so deep in the street. And Frankie went in on her whole family. How you doing, Ralph?
I'm doing good, man. I'm really, really doing good. I'm loving this. I ain't gonna lie, I'm loving this entertainment. Not so much on the behalf of like the disrespect on the children, but I'm loving seeing the women get what they deserve. And I remember speaking with a certain person, and I was like, "It's all gonna blow up," and it blew up right that same day. I said, "Look, man, let's go." I said, "I know." I watched a good amount of time viewing Sinetta, and I said, sometime soon he's gonna blow up and let more than he's not gonna let more than he want, but he's gonna let out what he wants and he gotta save bits and pieces to keep you tuned in because the show died. But he right, a lot of these people they claim they know how to play chess and don't know how to play chess. They talk a good game, but he manipulating people. And I'm not big enough Sinetta, but I understand I don't hate him or dislike him to the point. I just like things he do. Because like I said, I try to believe now. I learn not to hate people, but hate things they do because people can change their ways. You should want to give everybody some type of faith or whatever. But I do like to see them get joked on, picked on, sometimes get what they deserve, Especially when Shaka be like, see, he called us the N-word. When you said the N-word, that had me tripping. I mean, I laughed my butt off when you say N-word because you don't like to say, I mean? But yeah, man, I enjoy the content that you put out. And I'm thankful that y'all actually put this type of content. It's like my soap opera for real.
Well, just reporting the news. I mean, this girl, she disrespected us for him. You know what I'm saying? She thought she would be cool with him, and we've seen the result. Now let me just go to the comment real quick, please, brother. Andrea Burnett wrote, "Do you think the Vatican has any records of Jesus and Moses' existence?" I don't think so. Now, when I read Moses' existence, I'm thinking contemporaneous, and I like to say during their lifetime, because a lot of people, if you ask for contemporaneous records, they will bring you stuff that's like decades later or hundreds of years later, centuries later. But I don't think so, because if they had, then we would know about it. But a lot of people talk about secret records of the Vatican, hidden records of the Vatican. But if it's secret and hidden, how will we know? But I really doubt that they have any. Some scholars have access to the library of the Vatican. Now, it doesn't mean that they have access to every part or everything, but some scholars, do have access to some of the material that can be found in the Vatican. And Merstein wrote, I don't even watch Scam Cheddar channel anymore. I don't even know why you bother with that guy. Sanada has zero credibility. Well, he spoke sexually about my daughter, so I'm giving him work, and he's gonna feel the pressure even more. And he came in the chat, he came not only in the chat, but he hit the link to get on the panel. He was backstage, but then he ran like a coward. And just yesterday he live streamed for like 2 hours, and he had 2 pictures of me on the screen most of the time, and he kept saying my name. So he's making live streams about me, lying on me and stuff like that. So I just respond accordingly, But usually he deletes the streams that he may addressing me. He may have made 100 live stream addressing me, but then he deletes them, and then he acts like he want to act like I'm obsessed with him or whatever. No, you talk sexually about my daughter, I'll give you that work. For less than that, I give work to other people. You know what I'm saying? So he's gonna feel it in 2024. When I say he's gonna feel it, it's not sexual, but he's gonna feel the pressure. He's gonna feel the pressure.
You gonna give him that what? You gonna give him that work?
Yeah, he's got. I mean, he's already begging his supporters to flag me, and it's only February. It's only 2 months through the year, so there's another 10 months. He's gonna feel the pressure. He will. His numbers are dropping.
Are you giving them temp agency work, or are you giving them a full-time position?
Well, I'm not going to go in details. He's going to, discover. He's going to discover as we go along. But one thing for sure, he knows his numbers are dropping. He knows the views are dropping. You know what I'm saying? So his money is dropping too. And people can see how disgusting he is. Because once again, just a few days ago, he spoke sexually about my daughter, and then he went live and said that he doesn't take anything back. So not only he's making himself look bad, but Jabari Osase's Shrine of Isefet as well is making his organization look bad, and people know that he's protecting child molesters. I didn't make that up. He's the one who said that he would bring up those child molestation reports, and he did not bring them. So, when I say that he's protecting child molesters, I'm not lying on him. I never lied on him. He knows that he's down with them.
Yeah, he got a lot of suspects around him. You know what I'm saying? Not only some suspects, some identified, So, I don't like the way that looked for nobody. But then, I mean, some of them are Hebrews, and then, they got a certain way they live by. And I don't condone that either. But, we got to start figuring out what we doing here in America. Because people doing things that just morally incorrect, and we know we ain't supposed to be doing stuff for nobody. I think it always should be like a 6-year age difference. If you're 15, you can't have nobody over 18, something like that. But like, say if it's like you 18, don't do anything over 6 years. That's my thing. She 18, don't go past 24, 25. It's the brain too different after that.
Well, brother, I'm going to play that clip again for the record, because that's what we are addressing right now. He knows Hebrew Israelite groups teaching that you can have sex with a 9-year-old girl, but he's not even saying their names. He's He's protecting them.
Listen,
okay, can I talk now? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So Sekou didn't say anything pseudo at all, and the people have stated that for years. Now, Sanada, if you don't mind, you said that other people teach that you can have sex with a 9-year-old girl. Do you mind telling which other Hebrews or organization teach that? Because you see, I'm not from New York, so to me it's news, and I'd like to know when I go to New York with my daughter where I should avoid going. So if you don't mind, Sanada, which other Hebrews or organization teach that thing that GMS teach?
Well, there's a lot of Hebrew Israelite groups out there that teach that. I'm not calling out no names or nothing like that. All I'm gonna tell you is that a lot of them teach that, brother. A lot of Hebrew Israelites teach that.
I appreciate that.
And
There's a lot of group out there that teach that, and we don't
A
even know
lot
who they
of.
are except for GMS. Except for
Was he
GMS,
just
we don't even know
was
who
he
they are.
just talking out to the air? Was he just talking out random? You know, could he
I'm
have been
sorry.
doing that? Could he just been talking random, talking out into the air? Because it seems as if you're right. You know, either he knows and don't want to say, or he was just out there lying for the attention.
No, he knows. He said it. He said there was a lot. He said he's not going to say it again. So it's not wondering, he just said he knows. He just don't want to say their name because he want to be cool with them. Because he's always been cool with rapists and child molesters. I mean, some of them been on his panel. He give them shout outs. One of them slept at his house. He said it. So slept at his house a few times though, not just once. So that's him. You know what I'm saying? So some people don't have no problem with rapists and child molesters. So some people, that's how they get down.
Now,
Like
I
there's
don't
this
think,
sister,
you know what I'm saying? I think because
Asian
it's so
lady.
many, I think it's
Go
a
feel
lot
free.
of females and guys who get into that field. And I call it a field because it's like it seems like it's a crowd where people like to dwell in. And I'm not saying from experience, but I'm saying like, this is not something you hear outside. This is something you hear on the internet. And it feels weird, but I understand the cause. Cause like I'm outside now, waiting to pick my woman up or whatever. But when I do go outside, hang out with my friends and stuff like that, we don't never have these type of discussions, and no one's talking like that. So it's like this internet is like perverted to a point like you don't hear this type of stuff till you get on like, I guess, what I'm saying, social media. Like, this is a wild place to be to hear this type of talk. And it shouldn't even be able to be directed to no one and their children. But I think YouTube should do a better job. When you hear stuff like that, that should be an automatic flag making something like that towards a man's family and children. Um, and it should be something like a real harsh. It should be like a 90-day strike first offense, because that's something, a threat like that or derogatory statements on children. It should be a severe penalty because they use that in the court of law like that. That's a severe crime. Um, so yeah, I just think it's more of a game on the internet. Sometimes, I feel like on the internet we can get our hands dirty and say certain things we could never say in the real world. So take advantage of it. I know, Shaka,
Well,
you proud. You're a proud guy. You don't say a lot of disrespectful things. You don't like to curse at people. You try your best not to, unless you calling them punk bitch Frankie.
This Charlie White, he said that he raped a woman. He said that live on air. He's not only on YouTube, he's on many different platforms invited. So it's a strange era that we're living in. It's not just YouTube, it's other people who invite that dude who said that he raped a woman.
Say it ain't so.
Oh, you didn't hear him? You didn't see the video where he
No,
said he raped a woman?
I be working, I be sleep, so I be trying to catch as many as I can.
I'm gonna play. Hold on, I'm gonna play.
What?
I'm gonna look for it. Maybe it's gonna take me a minute, but I'm gonna look for it. It's there.
You say you got it. You either play it that day or the next day. You come back and you play it. You like, see, so I ain't forget y'all. I played it.
No, I'm looking for it to play tonight. I know that it took me a little while to find it, but I will find it. But he was live streaming in his car, and then he just said it. There it is. I'm gonna share the link, but the video quality is not great. But we're gonna hear him. Well, let me play it first, and then if the sound is good, then I share the link. Oh, we don't have the sound. Okay. I'm refreshing the page now.
Oh man, sitting here talking to these people, telling them about when I raped this one girl one time. Just come home with me, let me eat on her pussy. We worked together. She was allowed to me. She let me. She let me eat on her pussy. And then when I get ready to stick it in, she say no. So I took it. Damn right. You got damn right. What's been going on, man? Oh man, sitting here talking to these people, telling them about when I raped this one girl one time. Just come home with me.
He said he's talking about when he raped this woman one time. Now I unmuted you because there was some background noise, Ralph, but I'll share the link in the chat. Charleston White admits that he raped a woman, and there's some other video of him, making similar statements.
Yeah, he got to be playing. He got to be playing.
No, you don't.
I can't take that man serious with it. Go ahead.
Nobody plays saying things like that. That's not something you play with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you do. When you want money, you play stupid like that. Because if that charge don't never go away in America.
Who else plays stupid like that? Do you know anybody else that plays saying that he raped a woman?
Yeah, when you get a dude on the internet willing to say anything and do anything to be famous, yeah, they say anything.
Can you show me?
They're just looking like Jay-Z, Usher, Puffy, Beyonce, all of them. They do anything.
They never
1
said
minute
they
they
raped
be in the
anybody.
dress.
They never
And
said
1
they
minute
raped
they in the
anybody.
dress. Well, Rick Ross said put a Molly in her drink. She ain't even know it. And
yeah, there was that song, that caused controversy, but he still didn't say he raped somebody.
My boy Fujiano said something like that in the song. Them rappers all talking. Everybody's they all talking that the Cardi B situation. They all talking about doing it. Just the way they say it.
She talked about robbing.
Yeah.
She talked about raping. So to my knowledge,
no, she talking about both. No, the other woman person talking about both.
Come again?
That woman is the woman. I don't know if you're allowed to say. I know she sued someone for saying that, but there were videos of her saying, "I used to set dudes up, rob them, and F them and set them up with a tranny." So she was basically saying she was drugging guys up, doing the R word, and putting trannies on them. Transmission, a trainee.
Well, that I didn't hear, but that's not her raping. Still, not to make excuses.
No. She said this is what I used to do, and she would drug guys up, take sexual advantage of them, and then add a tranny onto it. No, this is her saying it out her own mouth. And they got the videos of Cardi B saying it. I don't know how many people seen the video, but that video is kind of old now. But
I heard Cardi B. I don't recall her saying that she said dudes with trannies, but there's a video of her saying that she put something in dudes' drinks to rob them.
Yeah, and then have sexual acts with trannies. Yeah, I mean, I believe we're gonna be activists. I like the activist movement. Like, we gotta call it all out. I know we do it on a small level, but there's other ones to call out. There's more women that we can be calling out too. I mean, it's guys, but we got Frank and his friends. I ain't saying Frank, you I don't know if you are or not, but it's looking like you are. But I don't know if you are. But you got a collective amount of friends that look like y'all in for that young and tender, that sweet eye candy that you can't stop. Yeah, you guys looking a little strange.
But
like you guys got
popsicle. You see here, Mercy Maxwell, he thinks just like you that Charleston White, he was not being serious. Personally, if he's joking about raping, even if he's not serious, that's just foul. That's just really foul, really off. And once again, it's not the only time where he made similar statements. But that being said, Iwoko wrote, Brother Shaka, can you possibly do a quick lesson based on the topic tonight? For example, the Christian apologists or Hebrews or like point of view versus actual facts according to the historical. Well, I'm waiting for them to present records, and if they don't, then we can say it for the record that they could not present anything. I mean, personally, I've been saying for years there is not a single document dealing with the historicity of Jesus and Moses during their lifetime. But a lot of time they have plenty of live stream, plenty of videos, plenty of discussions and debate, arguing otherwise. So let us see. On channels like Fit Frankie channel where people are pseudo and talking foolishness, like people talking about the Medu Neter has not been deciphered. You know what I'm saying? And they have Kemetic names and they invite people who say that the Medu Neter has not been deciphered. And like the foolishness that the Zaria came up with. A book called Sinai Photograph with attestation of Moses and hieroglyphic, all kind of nonsense, pseudo stuff, you know what I'm saying? On those channels, with their ridiculous followers, yeah, they will believe whatever foolishness they are told. But, when we're dealing with not just scholarship, but, intelligent
Yeah.
discussion, where is the record? Show us, please show me. Please show us. Feel free, And I don't expect them to come and show anything. So if any of you know Hebrew Israelites, Christians, Muslims, just tell them. Look, just put up and even if you don't get on the panel, then in the chat, just give us the name of the record. Just give us the name of the record. Just type
So
it
you
in the
said
chat.
you saying like all those religious groups, they all kind of promote that type of sexual activity?
No, I was talking about records for the historicity of Moses and Jesus. Now the people who are raping, it's not based on a religion. Some atheists do that, some religious people do that. So it's like
Yeah, because I know like Christians, they're not Christians, but I guess the Virgin Mary is supposed to be young. I don't know how true or false that's supposed to be.
nobody
I know.
knows her age. They love to say that she was like probably around 14 or something because they figured out that this is around that age that those young women, young girls would get married back in Canaan, during that time period. But there's no in the Bible, her name is not mentioned, so they're just guessing.
Yeah, her age is not mentioned,
But
right?
her historicity anyway is not even tested, because just like Jesus, we don't have any records of Mary, mother of Jesus, during her lifetime. That doesn't exist. I'm just
So
trying to record.
if that's the case, you
people.
wouldn't have nothing to Jesus then, right? You wouldn't find no
Well,
bloodline of Jesus if that's the case. If you wouldn't find the mother,
that's mythology. That's folklore. It's not historical. I'm sorry, it's not it's not historical.
yeah.
A man who walked on water, who resurrected a girl, who resurrected a man, who was killed or who died on the cross after being crucified, and then 3 days later he appeared in front of people and he made a speech, and then he went up to heaven in front of hundreds, if not thousands. And the day he died, the day he was on the cross, some saints went out of their grave and walked and talked to people. Nobody thought about writing that. Nobody thought about writing. Well, today, you know what? The earth shook. There was what we call an earthquake, and there was like darkness. What people may call an eclipse. Nobody said, "Hey, you know what? Today, by the way, even if they don't talk about Jesus, they didn't say, well, today the earth shook and it was dark. During the daytime hours. Nobody wrote that. Nobody bothered writing that. We don't have no records of no Jesus, from the Romans, but then they're going to come with some excuses like, yeah, they didn't want to talk about him because that would be advertisement. I mean, it's all excuses, we don't have any records for him. Now, if people want to be, followers of any belief system, then, hey, feel free, but to claim that those are historical events, we might as well, claim for the historicity of Spider-Man. Why not?
Should we do that? Like, I know there's people who do comparisons about stuff like that. And it sounds crazy. Like Batman is a form of gadgets, intellect, and stuff like that. It's like a part of South Africa. Spider-Man, Nuncy, the spider. Um, Nuncy was Spider-Man, the cartoon. It was that Spider Woman that bit Spider-Man. And, they used to, so it goes to tell a story of a forthcoming savior to help the people of their city. So all of those cartoons and comics kind of relate back to some type of religious belief.
It's not easy hearing you because you have some background noise, but I kind of heard what you said, but I couldn't really get everything. You mentioned South Africa with Spider-Man.
No. I mentioned South Africa was Batman. It's a deity, a deity god called Batman. It's about gadgets, making things and stuff like that. A person that was like a builder for his people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, but they're not claiming it's historical, are they? It's for them, it's a god, right? It's a deity.
Yeah, it's a deity, it's a god, but it's based on
It's not Bruce Wayne. It's known as Bruce Wayne, so it's not even the same story, But Jesus Christ is way more famous or way more known as an entity than Spider-Man or Bruce Wayne or Peter Parker. You know what I'm saying? So once again, there's a billion Christians.
Oh no, man! People forgetting about Christ. They, like now you're pushing the narrative, right? That is folklore, right? And then a lot of people believe that, in the Bible it says allegory. People stop believing. There's a lot of non-believers out there. But you can go everywhere, anywhere, and pick up a Spider-Man cup, spoon, plate, shirt, socks. Spider-Man everywhere. They ain't talking about Jesus everywhere.
We hear way more about Jesus than Spider-Man. Even the year that we use in the Western world, when we say 2024, is 2024 years after his alleged birth, and when it's Christmas time, so you have a lot of companies and schools are closed down, because of this situation, and there's many other references to that person. When people have the fish on their car, that fish is related to that Christ dude, So it could be so many other examples, but even with Islam, that's a follow up to this religious writing. They claim to descend. It descends from the same God, basically. They share patriarchs. They share prophets. So. But once again,
it's all very similar. It's all very similar.
There's a billion Christian/Muslim. I'm sorry, Christian/Catholics, and a billion Muslims. So I see them so often. Like for example, in London, the Hyde Park, they have so many debates and they're talking about this. So those people too. What I'm saying? Anybody, anybody has discussion about this belief system. Where are the records? Are there any records? Now, if there is no records, they can just say so. It doesn't make them bad people. I'm just asking. I'm just going straight to the point.
I know what you're saying. And I might sound like I'm trolling, but I'm not trolling. They say that about Spider-Man. You know what I'm saying? When he like, there's no real, belief for that. Like, you said there's a billion.
Hold on. Is there some people saying that Spider-Man is real?
No, but there's more people. I think more children and more people want to be like. So let's check like Halloween, and you will see more kids dressed up like going outside dressed up like Spider-Man, YouTube or whatever. Nobody's dressed up like Jesus.
Oh, many people dress up like Jesus, but they don't necessarily do that in the street. But they would do that, within the churches, within their homes, where they would replay those stories, And the Halloween is just during the time period, that's all. Besides that, people talk about.
I'm saying so. What would Jesus look like, right? Like you said, they don't got no paintings of Jesus. So how can we say they're looking like Jesus?
No, they would dress a certain way. They would dress like people used to dress back in the day. So they feel like this is how Jesus was most likely dressing, But that's the other thing I wanted to say. I forgot I was going to touch on something else, but may come back to me. Um, it escapes me. It escapes me. But yeah, when people pray, I remember now. When people pray, when they have food, when they eat, you know, they are with their family. Then they pray, they thank God, and some will thank Jesus too. A lot of Christians, you know, they actually basically pray directly to Jesus. You know, Jesus, my Lord, thank you, Jesus, for this, thank you, Jesus, for that. You know what I'm saying? So every time they eat, they will say his name, they will thank him. And even if they're not eating, they say, oh, thank Jesus. You know, so it's somebody that we hear about all the damn time, all the time.
Oh yeah. Hold on, Shaq. Hold on.
Well, I've been streaming for 56 minutes, and you know, besides, you know, 2 billion Christians and Muslims, not a single person came here and told us about a record during the lifetime of Moses or a record of Jesus during his lifetime. Quite amazing. Quite amazing.
I mean, that's just for somebody that's a believer, though. You know, imagination take you really, really far. So if you can envision certain things like Christ, surely you can envision Spider-Man. You know, especially if you go to
No, but
the movie.
I'm not focused on Spider-Man at all. Nobody prays to Spider-Man. People pray to Jesus, and besides, we have a lot of scholars. We have a lot of PhDs that are Christians, Muslim, or Jewish, and they believe in the historicity of Jesus. So the question remains the same to anybody, regardless of their position or religion, whether they have one or not. Are there any records during the lifetime of Jesus? Are there any records of Moses during this lifetime? And if they are not, if not, then how ancient are the records? Because the main narrative that those people who believe in Jesus like to put out is that there's plenty of records, there's loads of records.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe that. I wouldn't believe that. That sounds like more hearsay, because Christ tried to have a low key profile while having a big profile, so they say. So he did things in front of crowds, but he was never in the crowd. You know, so I wouldn't think that it'll be a lot of evidence. You know, but maybe people just didn't. Maybe Jesus didn't have the time to take paintings. He didn't have time to sit there. He had things to do. He didn't have time to let people paint.
Hold on, Ralph. Just for the record. Now, I'm when I ask for records, I'm not talking about depictions. I'm not talking about a painting or statue. I'm talking about a writing where his name is mentioned.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm kind of saying like all in general. Like, so like say a journalist might have wanted to walk up to Jesus, like, man, Jesus, what you doing today, dog? He's like, man, I gotta go to Bethlehem. I ain't got time to talk to you. He's like, man, well, let me write this down. Tell me a little. Say, man, I ain't got Peter. Talk to him. Might be like that.
It doesn't have to be a direct quotation of Jesus. It's just a mention of him. It doesn't have to be Jesus said this. It's just Jesus did this. Or people say this about Jesus. Any mention of Jesus Christ during his lifetime, any mention of Moses during his lifetime, it doesn't have to be a direct quote from him.
I don't think people got that type of information to go that far back. I don't think we can go that far back on a lot of things that far back with DNA.
Well. There's a lot of writings.
Unless you find the body.
Hold on. The body is not an attestation. It's not a citation. It's not a quote. It's not a mention of the person. Now there is no body of Jesus or Moses known to mankind. But there are many attestations of like Ramesses II. Ramesses II. Should I say what 1300 BC? Let's go on Wikipedia.
See, but those type of people wanted to be known. That's why they were mummified and put in tombs. That's what I'm saying. The difference between Jesus was more like a ninja.
Do you believe that Jesus existed?
I don't even know, man. I'll be honest. I'm not one of the people that believe Jesus is a full physical person. I believe he's more of a mental elevation. more of a mental consciousness.
Yeah, but the believers of Jesus, they believe that he was a human being, that was on this earth, that ate, that drank, that spoke to people. Now here, Indigenous African Road, there are no primary sources of Jesus. Everybody who mentioned Jesus is speaking about him in third person. Now, mind you, even if somebody speaks of him in the third person, as long as it is during his lifetime, that's fine with me.
Yeah, but
a primary.
No one. You said no one was even around. No one was even around to even document the story of Christ. Everybody was talking about it. It's some third party when Christ.
No one was around, brother. Have you read the Bible? It talks about him speaking to crowds.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Talks about him. Yeah. Hold on. He talks about him being put to death by Pilate, who was a Roman official. So there were plenty of people around. You cannot say there was nobody around according to the narrative. But a primary of Jesus doesn't mean that it is him speaking at the first person. It can be somebody else speaking about him in the third person. If it's a primary, it's just
you ever heard that there could have been many. It could have, like I said, it could have been many people trying to portray Jesus, trying to be the image of Jesus. I know Andrea just wrote there's a picture of a white one. Then we see pictures of a black one. We don't know where Jesus got involved. You know what I mean? We ain't just so many Jesuses out here.
Those are representation made like centuries after the fact, So that's just out of the picture. It's not during his lifetime, Now, I want to see if it's the real one here. It's the real Judas Nasty. So go to the channel. It is you. Now, didn't you say you wanted to debate me? Here's the link to get on my panel. It is his real channel. Because you had a lot of
Come on, Judah. Get on up here, bro.
Here's the link to get on the panel. And I'm going to show, before the record here, Encyclopedia Britannica, right? Ramesses II, it is around 1300 BCE. There's plenty of depictions of him, and he lived 1,000 years before Jesus. So to say that it was too long ago, no, I'm sorry. It's not the issue.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Jesus probably just didn't have time. Ramses probably had time. He was probably real cool, chill, laid back, getting pampered. And he was like, hey, yo, paint me.
Hold on.
And then, that's what I'm saying.
Hold on. One second, please. Here for the record, see Judah Nasra? You see that? Ma'af forever versus Judah Nas. And I covered the fact that he was acting like he wanted to debate me. Now put up now. Everybody's watching you. But go ahead, Ralph. What were you saying? Feel free.
I think Judah's scared. That's what I'm about to say. I think
he's scared. Yeah, Judah Nasra. We know you're scared. You've been scared. And
I like you too, Judah.
That was 9 months. That was 9 months ago. Now you hate Africans, don't you, Judah Nasra? You hate Africans, don't you? And you talk smack about Sanetta, but you got back on his panel. And he told you that God is a B. Here, have you on tape.
I swore on the Torah that Nepal Shadar told me that she got her doula license taken away because of pedophilia.
That's the one here.
The minute they talk about your God, look at what you doing. Acting like a bitch, losing all your emotion. So another said God is a bitch. Yes, I said the motherfucker's a bitch. You.
Please come up to the last one. It's in his back chat. I would like you to come up. Take your time. Thank you.
You cool. You cool, Julie. There you go.
Feel free to speak, you.
What's going on, Shaka?
Chilling.
What's going on? I'm all right. Calling. Well, we both in Europe and Asia, so I know we're in weird times. But shout out to everybody in America. Hey, Yeah. I was asking Shaka. I remember that video. I try not to beef with Sonnetter, but I'm glad he's doing a little bit better with this blasphemy. But not nothing bad about to say about that guy. And I am paying attention to you guys. The stuff that's going on. One day I was at work and I was listening to you actually. I just got off where it was last Friday, and you were talking about some of the things that Sonnetter was saying about your daughter. That was crazy. Objectively, that was crazy. But anyway, as I didn't want to take up your show, I was going to ask you, Chris Harris.
I have time, so feel free. But you said some real crazy things about his daughter. You wish that his daughter gets raped. You know what I'm saying? You said that publicly. I played that. You wish death on his family and rape on his daughter, and that's why I came up with the nickname Judas Nasty. But if you want to say for the record that you take that back, then I would say that's good. But I'm not asking you to do so. It's on you to see what you want to do.
Yeah. I did apologize to Son Letter, but he came on my channel blaspheming the Most High. So, like I said, he would never go to any Arab country and blaspheme Allah because he wouldn't have a head.
They would cut his head immediately. But the Hebrews are like the ISUPK. They don't mind that he says that the God of the Bible is a bipolar mother effer. I have the clip. So I guess hey, it's on them. You know what I'm saying? But did you want to talk about some attestation for Jesus during his lifetime, or Moses during his lifetime, or anything else? Feel free.
Well, it's like 3,000 plus years ago. You're not going to find like a sandal, but you can find an actual bloodline relics of him. And well, actually, they're gone now, but they was in Egypt. If you remember, I had a debate against who was it? Chris? Who was that? No, JJ 7000. Remember that? Okay. Remember the debate? Yeah. And,
well, I didn't see it, but so what do you say? You're saying bloodline, but bloodline is nothing in writing, right? Because a sandal is not writing, So are you actually saying that there's no attestation of Jesus during his lifetime? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I'm not a New Testament Israelite, brother. I don't. Well, I believe that Jesus historically was a real person.
Or Moses. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, I believe, because we have bloodline descendants of Moses that were in a time of Ptolemy VI in Egypt, and his 1100 year unbroken line. And so the last high priest, his son moved to Egypt in Leontopolis, where the what do you call it? The Temple of Bast. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. The cat goddess. You know what I'm talking about?
Bastet. Yes. Yeah.
So in Nice the Fourth built a temple. Is my mic too loud? I don't want to be all loud, is it?
No, I'll reduce the volume, so you're good now. But you're saying that Ptolemy is a descendant of Jesus Christ?
No, I'm saying during the time of Ptolemy VI, Moses, not Jesus Christ. Moses, I don't know what he even call it because it's like over 1,000 years. But Moses' bloodline relative, his name was Onias IV, built a temple in Leontopolis in Egypt during the time of Ptolemy VI and Cleopatra VII, I think. So it was like during the Seleucid time.
That's the most famous Cleopatra, if I'm not mistaken. Cleopatra VII is because there was a few, but Cleopatra, I think the 7 is the most famous one.
Okay.
Hold on. Cleopatra. Hold on. Cleopatra. On Wikipedia, they was showing Cleopatra, and it is. Hold on. Yeah, the 7. Yeah, that's the most famous one. Okay. So you're saying there's some bloodline.
Jesus told you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Ralph. I thought you were talking to somebody else in the background. But
No.
Judah
I
Nasra.
was just cheering on Judah. I was telling him to talk that Jesus talk so he could give you a challenge.
Yeah. Now, Judah Nasra, do you remember saying that Amen Ra comes from India?
Yes.
And you still believe that?
Of course.
That's pseudo, right? To say that.
No, that's called actual facts. Egypt and India were exchanging cultures.
Mm-hmm.
I beat up Jabari on this, and Smash Rockwell owes me $500, by the way, too. But yeah.
Smash Rockwell is pseudo. He said that Cush is not in Nubia. He said that the Hyksos are fake. They made that up. Reggie is pseudo as well. He said that Heru is Greek and that Ma'ad is a bird. But which scholar said that Amen-Ra comes from India?
East Indian scholars, because Egyptologists are not going to admit that.
And can you guys give us the name of the scholar who said that Amen-Ra comes from India?
I'll have to go through my like records, but you know, I'll give you an example. Let me see if I can pronounce this correctly. The Ennead, which would be the original 9 gods. Amun-Ra is not Ra. Amun-Ra is not mentioned in the Ennead, nor is he mentioned in the Ogdod. So he's an imported god from India.
Well, the Ennead, you know, you have different creation stories, you know what I'm saying? So we have the story where Ra, you know, was a main deity. We have, of course, Atum, you know, who is a main deity. Some of them, you know, gave birth to themselves and so on, you know. So we do have the Ennead indeed, you know, the 9 gods, the Ogdoad, I think so, eight gods, you know. But the fact that they are not mentioned in this particular writing doesn't mean that they come from somewhere else. I've never heard before Amun-Ra coming from India. I mean, it's not even in English. Sorry, it's not even an Indian language. You know, it's from the Medo-Neter, the hieroglyphic language. You know, so if you can't find the name of that scholar, you know, I wouldn't mind stating for the record. If I find a writing or a video of him stating that, I would just let him know that he's pseudo. You know, but you know, in your own time, you know, you can leave a comment, you know, this video. But I would just let that scholar know that that is pseudo. You know, but
well, even if this person is a PhD, because
even if he's a PhD, if you give me the name, I would just state it for the record that he's being pseudo. You know, I mean, if you want to look for the name now, just look for it, and I would state it for the record publicly that he's being pseudo.
Okay, well, I can't. It's like really early here right now. I'm in bed still, if you can see, but I'll definitely respond back to you because my channel comes back tomorrow. Well, it comes back today, but I'll be on after work today. I'll definitely respond to that. But I'll give you an example. Even Yama, that's Osiris in Egypt. I'm sorry, in India. My bad. You have the counterpart to what you call Tahuti in East India. You have temples of Isis in India. You have, you know, there's counterparts for the Egyptian netters in the Indian pantheon, which means there was an exchange in culture. So to have Amun-Ra, aka Krishna, that's not a stretch. They were doing trade and exchange of ideas. There's, you know, so I mean, if you look at it and you can do.
I'm sorry, Amun-Ra being Krishna.
Yeah, that's who Krishna is Amun-Ra.
And is it the same PhD who said that?
No, there's quite a few. That's what I'm saying. I'll respond back to you and show you. Now, I know you're going to say, don't do the Chris Harris, because Chris Harris never wrote a book in his life. But any source I bring up, he says, oh, that's pseudo. You know, once I brought a video or an old book that one of my members of my group bought. It was the last copy. I'm actually Zion Lex brought it out too in his debate versus who did he debate?
Zion Lex is pseudo too. He said that Nyami is Yahweh, but feel free.
Yeah, that's I'll definitely give you that. That's definitely pseudo. That ain't gonna fly. Yeah,
but he knows the Hebrew language. He has that skill of the Hebrew language.
You do know that modern Hebrew is not real, right? That's something that they made up. I'm talking like after the Christian era.
They reconstructed the Hebrew language, using a lot of what's the name again? Speaking in Europe. No, dang. How do you call it again? What is it called again? That stuff that is spoken in Europe.
Neologisms.
Hold on. Modern Hebrew. What is it? What is it, that language again that they speak in Europe?
Yiddish?
Yes, yeah, thank you. Yiddish, yeah. They've used a lot of Yiddish in order to reconstruct the Hebrew language, which was really a dead language. It was really a liturgical language. So they revived the Hebrew language. Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that, but I wouldn't say that it's just, I forgot if you said fake or made up. They reconstructed it, but there are some texts, written in the Hebrew language. Now, when we say Hebrew, some people will say, it's like a Canaanite dialect, or some people will say, what's the name again? This population in Syria, Palestine,
Phoenician.
Phoenician. Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Yeah.
You know, some people will say it is actually Phoenician. You know, and I guess it sounds better to name it Hebrew. You know, because it will tie people to this belief system. But is there any source that you can give for this claim of because you know the exchange of culture? You said there's a temple of Isis in India. We have mosques in Europe. You know, I'm sure we have some in Japan as well. But just because there's a mosque in Japan, people will not say Muhammad comes from Japan. You know, so exchange of culture is one thing, but to claim that Amun-Ra comes from India, you know, like if you can give me a name, you know, of the author or the book, I would love to know, because so far it comes from you.
Well, I'll definitely give you. I'll tag you on that thing when I do the video. I'll definitely tag you, and if I can figure out how to do that. So definitely tag you on this. But again, though, if you look at the Enid or the Ogdo, Amun-Ra is not present. He's not there.
Yeah, but that's you see the Ennead. You have some texts where the Enneads, you know, are mentioned. You know, Pesejet, you know, like we say in the Medu Neter. But there are other texts where other deities are mentioned. You don't have a text or a story where all the gods of ancient Egypt are mentioned. So the fact that they are not mentioned, that Amun-Ra is not mentioned in the Ennead, doesn't mean that Amun-Ra comes from India. Now, who makes that conclusion?
Well, they changed the name. So we know that Amun is hidden, right?
It means the hidden. Right? Yes, I agree with you.
Right.
It means the hidden. The hidden one.
Even the word Ray, or it's really pronounced Ray, right? It's basically like.
Well, it's Ra really, but you know, it's okay if you say it's Ray. It's not a problem.
Well, I go by I have the, you know, now Jabari, remember I clapped him on this, if you guys remember when I was on with Jabari. He you know, because I don't even use the word pseudo, he's just unlearned. When I brought out the Coptic, I don't get me wrong, I understand the Coptic
in the Coptic, yes, you'll probably be pronounced Ray indeed, but according to the transliteration of the Medu Neter, it will be Ra. But you know, we're talking about the same. It's a pronunciation issue anyway, so it's the same deity though. You know.
Yeah. Well, you know, I'm saying like, well, just the pronunciation. I forgot my whole point.
Anyway, you were talking about Ray rather than Ra.
No. Ray is. I'm talking about like the Amun. You know, they sometimes they conjoined. I'll give an example. Like people don't know that Aten is actually Horus and Ra combined.
No,
people don't know that. They think that it's a singular. No, he's a composite. And so the priest, I'm not sure if it was the priest of Amun, they were like, yo, you're like changing up the whole thing. Like, you know, but what I'm saying is Aten was not a singular. He was a composite of, if I'm not mistaken, of Horus and possibly Ra. I mean, you would know better than me, but he wasn't like a singular God. That's exactly why the older priests were like, yo, this guy's bugging. Like he's
I can tell you that Aten was a singular god. There's I have a picture from the Louvre Museum and the name is written here. I'm trying to look to see if I can find it, but he was not a composite of Horus and Ra at all. You know, I can tell you that for sure. Aten was
can you look it up? How do you, I don't want to pronounce it wrong because I know you know this.
I found one. I can show you just for the record. Just one moment. Now this is Wikipedia, but you know they give the sources, and I'm going to share this in the chat. And just here, now, here this is Aten. Now it's read from right to left. That's a relief, so it's E. That's a loaf of bread. That's a T sound. That's a report of water. That's an N sound. And that's a determinative, that's the sun disk. So this spells, you know, Eten, but in English we pronounce it Aten. So that is the god. That is a god, you know, that is a god. And the name Akhenaten, we do have, you know, Aten, you know, so Ak and Aten means, Ak means useful or beneficent, and then N is like a 4 or 2, and then Aten. So Akhenaten means useful for the Aten or useful to the Aten, but feel free.
Well, look on the bottom where it says, right underneath it says question of monotheism.
Okay.
Ra Horus. So he's a composite.
No,
look, that's what I was looking for. Ra Hakurati.
Check this out. Yes, indeed. Yeah, this indeed you can say is a composite. Ra Horakti, you know, but not Aten. Not Aten. Aten is definitely not the composite.
No, not Aten. Oh no, well, no, he is. I'm saying, but they didn't name him the Ra Hokarati. They called him Aten. So they combined Ra and Horus. That's where you see the Ra Hokarati.
You're talking about this, but yeah, thus Ra Horus Aten was a development. So you see here we have three deities: Ra, we have Horus, and we have Aten. There's another one. What is it again? What is it called again? There's three gods, and their names are pronounced together as well. But actually, Amen Ra is an example. Amen Ra, that's a composite of Amen and Ra. But Aten itself, I can tell you, I'm not a PhD. I'm studying Egyptology at the university, but I can tell you for sure, and you can feel free to ask any Egyptologist or linguist. Aten is a single deity. It's not a composite. But if you want to say that Ra Horus Aten is a composite, yes, I'd agree, because we have three deities here.
Well, you know what? I'll do further research. If I'm mistaken on that, I will definitely make a video being like, I made a mistake.
Oh, you don't have to. You have to. It's okay. It's not very. It's not very easy for most people, because you have to be familiar with the language, which is considered a dead language. But I've been studying the Medu Neter for a long time. I actually give classes. There's a brother who's in the chat that I had a class with him. I've been teaching it for a long time. So I'm just happy to just have discussion and tell people, what I know and what I don't know. There's some stuff I don't know, and I tell people straight away. But I don't blame you for that. However, saying that Amen Ra comes from India, yeah, I blame you for that. That's pseudo. No disrespect, but you cannot be saying that. And besides, you still haven't told us the name of the author. And you said he's a PhD.
Well, there's he's an Egyptian, East Indian, not Egyptian. He's an East Indian author. But there's even a brother in the chart. I'm MCR. He says Godfrey Higgins, which I had that book a long time ago. He too also links India with ancient Egypt and the Anacalypsis, which is an ancient book. Or not an ancient book. It's an old book, I think, written in probably early 1900s, maybe 1800. I'm not sure. But and there's 2 volumes. I think I had volume 2, if I'm not mistaken. I was maybe in my late teens or something when I had that book, and I do remember that book also linking India with ancient Egypt. And I do have sources.
I've heard about that book, but that book was what's the date? I think it's very ancient. Yeah, it was published after the date of the death of Godfrey Higgins, which was 1836. So it's definitely outdated. But doesn't that guy speak about Atlantis as well?
Say it again. I didn't hear you.
That in that book, let me see, Atlantis, or maybe not. I was wondering if he was talking about Atlantis. Atlantis.
I think I'm not sure. You know what? Godfrey Higgins. I'm not sure if he did the Atlantis book, but I do. Yeah, maybe that. Is that it? I'm not sure. I didn't have that one, but I did have the Anacalypsis, and I think it may have been volume 2. I didn't get volume 1, and I'm not saying everything in there is exactly right, but he does make a good argument that that there was an exchange of goods, an exchange of gods. You even have like Hindu Kush. Kush is quote unquote Ethiopia, Nubia, but you have Hindu, which that's East Indian. So there was an exchange. They were exchanging linen, all sorts of ideas. Like I said, there is a temple of Isis that's like underground in India.
Well, for the record, he did talk about Atlantis here. They tell us here on that page. I'm going to share the link for everybody. Now Atlantis, as far as I'm concerned, is fictional, but his book Anacalypsis was published posthumously, in which he asserts a commonality among various religious myths, which he traces back to the supposed lost religion of Atlantis. And people can look up Atlantis if they want to. But Kush, yes, Kush, that is actually Nubia or Sudan. That's what Kush is.
Yes.
Now in Medu Neter is pronounced Kash, but the Hebrew they called it Kush. but then I wouldn't say that would include India in any sense.
It's really funny you say that Cash actually is the correct pronunciation, but we would say Kawash, because there's no Greek upsilon. So I'm really glad that you actually pointed that out, by the way. What was the second point you just said?
Cash in Medu Nature, but in English we say Kush. That denotes, and actually, I can just use Wikipedia or Encyclopedia Britannica. If I put Kush and I put Britannica.
Shalom, Jason.
You see, it's a region and kingdom of ancient Nubia. So that's what we call Nubia. So basically, that would be modern day Sudan and the southern part of Egypt.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But indeed, like you said, I think you mentioned something that they to share. They would get some incense. They will get also some gold from Kush and so on. But there is a place. Sometimes people are confused with Kish. Some people think that when we talk about Kush, then it's Kish, but Kish is a place in the Levant. The Levant area. Syria, Palestine. Yes, sometimes people make a confusion.
That's definitely correct too. Yeah, man, I definitely agree with you on that. I want to ask you. I forgot. Wait. Yeah, because you made a point about Smash Rockwell. I'm not taking any shots at the dude. He made a point. Would you said he made some bold claim?
He's a punk sucker because I'm not asking you to say anything negative about him. He went to the Supreme Court of California to file a restraining order against me for Sanetta. But the thing that he said, publicly, is that Kush is not in Nubia, And I was trying to tell him nicely that Kush is in Nubia, and he continued. So I covered that. It's on his channel, and he said that the Hyksos are fake, that they made that up, and we have attestation of the Hyksos. We have their names. Like it's something historical. So he is pseudo because of that.
And I never used the word pseudo, but do you remember one time? I don't know if you remember. I was on a panel. It was me, Smash, Saad Netter. I think Ankh West might have been on the panel, or Dr. Reggie. I forgot. Somebody was there. Anyways, there was a map we were looking at.
Reggie doesn't have Dr. to be, but Saad Netter calls him Dr. Reggie. But go ahead, feel free.
Well, yeah. I'm just referencing. There's one point in time because I know where you're coming from, where Smash does do this. I'm gonna give you an example. For anyone who studies ancient Sumer, okay, there was a point in time where there was a war between certain regions, whatever. But at one point, this area called Akkad began to be absorbed into Sumer, right? Because Ethiopians, or what we call Ethiopians, they used to rule that area, and the Akkadians were up under them for a point. And then the Akkadians actually they got the top. No, they did. The Ethiopians used to rule Sumer.
Says who? Right? Says who?
Well, for one, it says the Torah. Two, I forgot. I have more sources. Remember, we don't use the word Ethiopia because it's a Greek name or a Greek word. But
what was the? No, it's okay. No, we have time. But if you said the Torah says that, that wouldn't be historical. But I don't even think the Torah says that Ethiopians ruled Akkad.
No. Sumer.
Okay, so you're saying that the Torah says that Ethiopians ruled Sumer?
Yeah, they used to rule. Ethiopians used to rule even up until all the way up until Iraq. They ruled Saudi Arabia.
Okay,
and I'm not an Africanist. I'm saying this is objectively they didn't their rule. They weren't confined to quote unquote Ethiopia. They actually ruled a broad expanse of what we would call the Levant or Western Asia. So. And remember, I'm not a Pan-Africanist.
I heard that you don't like Africans basically, and I'm being nice,
Oh man, you always say that, man.
Well, this the African brother who's from the Congo, and he said he doesn't like Africans. He lives in France. I forgot his name, but he came on my panel a few times. He was begging you to unblock him and all that. But if I ask you, do you like Africans?
Oh yeah, you're talking about I forgot the brother's name too. I know you're talking about. I forgot his name, but I know you're talking about. He's always trying to troll though. Do I like African?
Yeah, do you like Africans?
I don't dislike them.
Real.
I don't. No, I am. I'm keeping it real. Those that
You're not
enslaved my
keeping it real.
ancestors. No, yeah, but because love and hate and things like that are actions. I'm not going to do anything against. Like there was, like I'll give an example, right? There were 5 quote unquote African billionaires that died in a plane crash on the way to the Super Bowl, and I said a prayer for them. You know what I'm saying? Like that God have mercy on their souls. So
I'm not asking about love and hate. I'm just asking, do you like Africans?
I'm indifferent to them. I think that they do what they do, and
so you just don't want to answer, but it's okay. It's okay. Now,
I mean, I'm not an African, so I'm just. It's like that's like saying, do you like Chinese? It's kind of like I mean, they just do what they do. I don't have any particular feelings towards them.
Okay, so if an African wants to be part of, I don't know if you have an organization, would you accept him?
Yeah, if he keeps the Torah, yeah.
Okay, all right. I think some people will disagree with that. You know,
well,
but
we have a
it's
brother
okay.
from we have a Nigerian brother. Only the Truth OTT is Nigerian. He's been in my group since the beginning.
Okay, all right, okay. So you don't dislike Africans then?
Well, because we have a lot of people of our people in Africa. So to make a to just say I don't like Africans. Well, which Africans are we talking about? So
I think I heard you say some stuff about Africans, and I think I covered it. I don't know which video is that, you know what I'm saying? So I'll take the time, but it was stated to me that you don't like Africans. And the only one, like Tozayak said, he hates Africans. I have him on tape, and you know that the older guy, I forgot his name. He used to be on Senator's panel. He's mature. He said he hates Hamites, right? Do you like Hamites? Hamites. Do you like Hamites?
Talking about do I like them? I mean, I don't. It's again, I'm indifferent. Like I'm in Japan, right? So there's a lot of Africans here. No, I'm saying, look, I'll give you an example, right? There's a lot of Africans in Japan.
You're not keeping it real. You're not keeping it real.
No, I am. Because I don't. Because
Hamites are Africans, right? Hamites are Africans, right?
No, not all so-called Africans are Hamites.
No,
like
no,
right.
I
study linguistics, right?
It's not my question. Hamites, are they Africans? Yes or no?
No, not all. They're white Africans. So no, I can't say that.
Okay.
Charlize Theron was born in Africa. She's a white woman.
Yeah, but Charlize Theron, that actress, she's not Hamite, is she?
No, but she's an African.
She has the nationality of South Africa. That's
I know.
Like I have the nationality of France. You know what I'm saying? But originally, my parents are from Haiti. So before Haiti, they come from the region around Benin. The Republic of Benin. But Hamites, they are Africans, are they?
Yes, but they're not only in Africa. Chinese are Hamites.
Chinese are Hamites.
Yeah, they're called the Sinites. They still go by their old Hamite name to this day, right now.
Okay,
and they write kanji is basically hieroglyphics.
Well, I won't call it hieroglyphics, but they have how their writing could be described as some sort of hieroglyphic type of writing. Yeah. But just for the record, where in the Torah does it say Ethiopians ruled Sumer?
You can find this in the book of Genesis. I think Genesis 10, where it says Nimrod, which is a title that wasn't his name. Nimrod became a mighty hunter before the Lord.
So you consider Nimrod to be an Ethiopian?
Yeah.
It says who?
Says the Torah, which is the primary source.
The Torah doesn't say that Nimrod is an Ethiopian.
Oh, watch this. Let me find it. Okay.
It says he's the son of Cush, though.
Right. What's Cush?
Cush is one of the sons of Noah.
I know, but what country is Cush?
If you're asking in the Medu Neter, Cush is the region, that we call Nubia today. But that has nothing to do with the Bible. That's not the language of the Bible.
But what country is Cush?
In which language? In Hebrew? In Hebrew, it's not a country. It's the son of Noah.
But okay, watch this. Genesis 10 verse 8. And Cush begot
No,
Nimrod.
it's not the son, but it's
first,
just actually the great grandson, of Noah.
right. Watch. Listen though. Like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before Yahweh, the beginning of his kingdom was in Babel, Erech, Akkad, Calneh, and the land of Shinar. That's Sumer.
Okay, but nowhere does it say in the Bible that Nimrod was an Ethiopian. Do we agree on that, or we disagree?
It just said, and Cush begat Nimrod. Cush is Ethiopia.
Now, hold on. Let me show it so that people can get. Now, Cush, you see here, Nimrod, right? Now, Nimrod is the son of Cush, therefore a great grandson of Noah. So Cush is a grandson of Noah.
Yes.
So he is not talking about countries or territories. He's talking about humans.
But look on the bottom. Look what it says. Cush is traditionally considered the ancestor of the land of Cush. Ethiopia. You see it there in blue.
Well,
so
traditionally considered, but it doesn't say the Bible say that, But here it says an ancient territory believing is not knowing, to have been located near the Red Sea, and then it says Cush is identified in the Bible within the kingdom of Cush, or ancient Ethiopia. But where is it identified in the Bible? Where is it identified in the Bible?
Genesis chapter 10, verse 8.
Okay. Genesis chapter 10, verse 8. Cush was the father of Nimrod, who became a mighty warrior on earth. Doesn't say that he was Ethiopian. It doesn't say that Cush is referred to as that Cush is not a man, but an actual place. He actually says Cush was a father. A country is not the father of a person.
But Cush was a person.
Yes, he was a person. He was not a place.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying they were not relegated to that area in what you would call Northeast Africa. They actually ruled all the way up past Yemen, Saudi Arabia, all the way up into what we presently call Iraq, which is Sumer.
They, who are you talking about when you said they?
Ethiopians.
Okay, but the Bible
look at the cities. Look at the cities there. You have Iraq. Remember I said the Ethiopians or Cushites used to rule on. They were on top. The Akkadians were Abraham and them. They were underneath the Cushites who were ruling in Sumer. Now over time, Akkad got the upper hand. But the point of it is Smash Rockwell said that Akkad is not in Sumer, when even Jabari had to come in and say, that's a lie. Akkad is in Sumer. And so that's why I'm saying Smash owes me $500 because he does what we call just denialship. He just says, oh, that's not true. But he don't have no counter argument. And I tried to warn them. We specialize in the counter argument. You can deny it all you want. That's why he owes me $500. And Jabari even confirmed, like, yes, Judah is absolutely correct.
Did you bet $500 with him?
Yeah, and Sonnetter tried to save him, and we're all looking at it, and the arrow pointed to Akkad in Sumer, and Sonnetter said, "Judah, it's okay to be wrong." I'm like, yeah, I understand that, but unfortunately, for you guys, I'm correct.
Sonnetter is always bet kissing his associates. Sonnetter doesn't have much information, in terms of history. He doesn't. That's why he gets people to teach, on his channel, but he cannot teach anything about ancient history. He can just, use a microphone and talk about white people and defend rapists and child molesters like he done for many years. But I see where you're coming from. But my stance is that in the Bible it talks about Cush, which is a person. It doesn't talk about a place. But Akkad, that would be the same area as Sumer. The same region, I would say. But that's interesting. But there's another thing you said I wanted to jump on, but I forgot. But
I forgot the other point too.
Yeah. So would you say that
Oh,
when it comes to
Hamites.
Moses? Oh yes, Hamites. Yes. So Hamites. Well, you said that
Yeah,
Chinese people are Hamites too. Well, okay.
yeah.
The name of the guy. I'm gonna see if I can find it. But he said he hates Hamites. Hamites. I don't have it here. So if I go on my main channel, his name will come up. He's mature. Um.
Is he a Hebrew
Okay.
Israelite?
Yes, he is. I'm gonna say his name just a few. Zaquan. Zaquan.
Oh, oh,
He said that
oh, oh,
yeah. Yeah, he said that he hates the Hamites, and the video is private now because my channel is private. But in a few days I'll make it public again. But he
You
not
know,
only he said that he hates the yes, go ahead, feel free.
no, go ahead. You're not supposed to cut people off in their speech. Go ahead, brother.
No, it's okay. No, so we can
No,
interact.
I want to hear.
But
I want to hear what you're saying. I don't want to cut you off. You were saying you were right in the middle of your flow. So about
yeah.
Zaquan.
So I'm gonna share the link in the chat, and in a few days, the video will be public. But he said that he hates the Hamites, and he said that Martin Luther King had beach-like tendencies and was a beach maker. So I think that's very far, but feel free.
Yeah, well, you got to realize. I'm not sure if Zaquan is a Hebrew Israelite, and so the Israelites and the Hebrew Israelites we're very split. We're very different. The Hebrew Israelites are basically Christians. So, do you remember that one time that little boy when Sonnetter said, "Tazariak, if a little boy was hungry, a little African boy
Yeah.
was hungry, would you feed him?" And
No,
he said
no,
no.
yeah. He said
The
no, yeah.
Israelites were like, "What an idiot!" Because in the Torah, we're commanded not to hate Gentiles unless they are your enemy, unless they've done something to you. That little boy he was a hungry little boy. So he doesn't know whether that little boy's an Israelite or not. You just can't say, "Oh, he's an African, so he's a Hamite, so he can't eat here." That's wicked. And that he's not keeping the commandments. So he don't know whether that's an Israelite or not. And even if it is a Hamite, he's a baby. That's wicked. And that's why he's been losing debates back to back.
But he just like Zaquan, he hates Africans. He said it. I don't know if you've seen it. I can play the clip. But he said he hates Africans as a people. And Tazariak is not the only one. There's many Hebrews who like to hate Africans.
Yeah, I know. Hebrews are idiots.
But aren't you a Hebrew Israelite?
No, I'm an Israelite. I'm a nationalist, though. These guys are religious.
So you are not a Hebrew Israelite?
No, I'm not going to sit into your channel. Let's just say we have a point in time in the wilderness, and let's just say Hebrew Israelites ain't going to make it. Just leave it at that. When they start talking to Jesus, we have a commandment in the Torah to pick up bricks. I'm going to leave it alone.
Well, okay. I want to ask you a question, but before that, now when it comes to Moses, is there any records that that's during his lifetime, contemporaneous to Moses?
The Torah.
No, that's not during his lifetime.
No, he wrote the Torah. Our Torah says he wrote it. So, and we're copyist people. All we do is make copies.
You know very well that he could not have wrote it because he talks about his death and where he was buried. So if he's dead, he cannot say, "Okay, I'm dead, and now they're going to bury me here over there." So obviously, he did not write the Torah. But that being said, I understand people believe he wrote it.
No, you can't. No, you can't say that because that's not how we write our narratives. Sometimes he'll write in first person. Sometimes he'll write in third person. All of our prophets do the same thing. I'll give you an example too. Watch this. If you come to Japan, the way their language structure is, I'm going to just use the word Hebrew, which is a fake word. That's a Greek word, Hebraikos, right? But if you use
Watashiwa Furosonjin. That's about all I know.
Listen, when you talk to Japanese people, they refer to themselves in third person, right? So and their sentence structure and things is exactly the same, and we even share some of the same words. But so when it literally says in the Torah that Moses wrote the Torah. Remember, he was like one of the prophets, like no other. He knew the past, present, and future. So he knew the date of his death. He knew. And also he also had an assistant called Joshua, who also was a scribe and would write as well.
Okay, now here, this is Deuteronomy chapter 34. And it says here, And Moses, the servant of the Lord, died here in Moab, as the Lord had said. So it's not just him talking about himself in the third person. It states that he died. He says where he died. And you know very well it's not possible that he writes a book describing his death and saying where he died. You know, but that being said, let's presume that he wrote the Torah. Is there any record that you can say is from the lifetime of Moses? Because if there is, then feel free to share with us. Okay, please share it with us. Where is it located? Is it in a museum? Is it in the temple? Where is it?
It's in the Torah, which is our records.
Yeah, but if you open your Torah right now, you have a publication date, and I don't think it will be older than 100 years. And I'm asking about records, you know, like when you go to the museum, you have, you know, like Akhenaten, like I told you, in the Louvre Museum, and also in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, you have, you know, monuments about Akhenaten with his name on it. You know, that's from his lifetime, you know, circa, you know, I would say 1300 BC, you know, just being rough. So if there's any Torah that's, you know, from the time of do you know roughly the time for Moses, if he existed, you know? You know, that's you know,
like the exact
1500 to 1300 BC, you know.
I know what you're saying. 1500 BCE, 1500 BCE. I don't know. I would have to go back. I mean,
1200. You know, because obviously people don't know when he lived. You know, but you know they're thinking, you know, and that's probably because of Ramesses II, because we don't even know who the Pharaoh of the Bible is. You know, Pharaoh is a title, it's not a name. You know.
Right.
But because there's a mention of P. Ramesses, they're thinking, okay, it may have been, you know, Ramesses II, because there's a few Ramesses, but Ramesses II was the most famous one. So that's why they're thinking, okay, it may have been between 1500 to, you know, 1200 or 1300 BCE. So are you aware of a Torah that's that old?
No, I mean, of course, it would disappear because we wrote on papyrus and animal parchment, so it wouldn't survive over 3,000 years. Just real quick, Deuteronomy 31, it says, but so it was when Moses finished writing the words of the Torah onto a book until their conclusion, Moses commanded the Levites and the bearers of the Ark of the Covenant of Yahweh, saying, take this book of the Torah and place it on the side of the Ark of the Covenant of Yahweh your God. So,
I'm sorry, again, which verse is that?
That's Deuteronomy 31, verse 24.
Oh, that's 31. Okay, yeah, because I was at 34. Yeah, okay. But yeah, I mean, I hear you, but then again, you know, I showed you that, you know, he talks about his death, and he cannot describe his own death. It's not possible. So he's obviously not the author of the Torah, you know. But that being said, you know, there are some papyrus, you know, like the papyrus of Ani, and I can show you papyrus of Ani. It's located in the British Museum. I'm going to share the link, and we're going to see the date. That's what people call the Book of the Dead, which is a misnomer. But here you have the link in the chat. That's the British Museum. And we're going to look at the date together. That's close to 1300 BC. That's 1250 BCE. So we do have papyrus that exist, and we have some who are older than this, you know. So to make the long story short, to your knowledge, is there any Torah that goes to the time of Moses?
So are you saying, is there a book 3,000 plus years old? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, on the screen, we are seeing a book that's basically 3,000 years old. And there are
that could be a copy, though.
No,
that can be a copy.
No, that one is an original. That was found in his tomb.
So it's in his tomb?
That was found in his tomb, in the tomb of Ani.
With the color and everything?
Yes, with the color and everything, yes. This is an original. That's him. That's Ani here.
Hold on. You have to prove that. That's one. Two.
Well, that's the British. That's a British museum, one of the most famous museums in the world. And for the record, in museums you have originals. If there are copies, they will state this is a copy.
Right, you know, those are copies.
No, this is an original, brother. This one is an original.
There's no way color and things like that would survive 3,000 years. I'll give you proof.
It does survive, brother.
Hold on. but brother, the Sabates made copies. They didn't just make one document. They made copies. They were Sabates. They were the scribes and officials. So they would make copies just like our priests make copies. This is why our books survive all the way on down. I'll give you another example. We have the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are half of that age of that papyrus, and even they're written on parchment and things like that too. And they were sealed up in bottles, and they're fragmented. They fell apart.
That has to be more recent than half this age, because
that's even worse. Hold on. That's even worse.
That's more recent. That's like 3rd century BC. If it was half of the 1200 that we see, that would be like 600 BC. But it's actually 300 years later. Dead Sea Scrolls you see here, dating from the 3rd century BC to the 1st century CE. So
hold on. Again, the scholars and stuff don't even know whether. A lot of times, like I'll give you an example, right? We have scholarly works of people trying to date Onias III and Onias IV, and they get the dates wrong. So they think that our ancestors just like wrote at 200, 175 BCE. That's not correct. When we left Persia, we were our records tell us we were still keeping records even in Babylon. So we are even I still scribe today to this day. When I get my Torah, I always translate. So when I do debates against Hebrew Israelites and Christians or whoever else, as soon as you bring them into linguistics, they die. So the Dead Sea Scrolls were, covered up. They were placed in bottles and sealed up, and even they couldn't even withstand age and time. So even if they are way more new than the scrolls or the papyrus of Egypt, for Egyptian papyrus to remain intact with the color and all that, it would have to be a copy because it's 3,000 years old. Nothing withstands time. Nothing.
Well, you know what? Julian Nasra, feel free to ask a professor, a historian, an Egyptologist, or a linguist, anybody that has some credentials that's a PhD, and feel free to ask them, because what you're saying, with all the respect, is wrong. The color does exist, and it's not only the papyrus of Ani that has color. I was trying to look quickly, but I know there's a papyrus of Hunefer as well. There's also one of Nebseni, and the color does survive, not only on papyrus but also on tombs. Now here, for example, this is a document. Hold on, Hunefer. This maybe if hold on, I'm gonna put papyrus of Hunefer, and there it is, and I'm gonna share the link in the chat. But color do survive. Here, I'll share the link in the chat. This is the British Museum again, and it says Book of the Dead of Hunefer. This is an original. And what's the date here? What's the date? They put 19th dynasty, but I want the actual date. Now, where is the date? Date. No, that's the acquisition date. View more. Maybe they put in view more. I don't know why they did not put the date here, but okay, 19th dynasty, that will be Ramesses. 19th dynasty, I'm going to put that in Wikipedia. 19th dynasty of Egypt. That's between 1292 and 1189 BC. So that's basically 12th century BC, But there's many other, like there's coffins, where you have the color. There's even paintings on wall where you have the color, Like you've heard about the Valley of the King and Valley of the Queens, have you?
Yes, of course.
We have colors there, Like for example, if I put tomb of Tutankhamun. Oh, not here. That's the page that I have. So, tomb of Tutankhamun. Now that's a Wikipedia article. This is his tomb. Look, we have color. Here, this is Tutankhamun right here. and we have his name, we have his cartouche and all that, you know. So the color is there. And Tutankhamun lived, I don't know if he's still 1200, 1200 BC. You see, he lived in 1200
And was
BC.
it sealed up? Was it sealed up to the point where there was no air, no elements, no nothing getting in, and this is not a recreation?
Those are original. Now, I think there was air that we're able to go through, but what's for sure is that with the Valley of the King and the Valley of the Queen, it's within a mound or rock, so it was well preserved. And some temples, were kind of buried under the sand. But whether there was air or not, those are original with color, and we can see many different colors, So this is something well known, like
Well, I don't know, man. This could be these could be redos. Somebody could have been touched. Look at that. That is
those are original. And but you know what? This is in Egypt, but there's many artifacts from ancient Egypt that we have. And probably they have some in Japan as well, but we have some in the Louvre Museum in Paris, France. We have some in London, England, in the British Museum. I've been to Denmark. They have some in Denmark. I've been to Belgium. They have some from over there. I've been to Italy, Torino. So in many countries around the world, they have artifacts from ancient Egypt. And we have the color, and those artifacts are, thousands of years old. I have artifacts that's like 2000 BC with color.
No, I'm not saying not about color, but these look like retouch-ups, like touch-ups.
Well,
the only reason I'm saying it's because
that's your stance, but we have plenty of painting from ancient Egypt, and
I understand that. I know, but I'm saying
they are original.
You have to prove that.
Well, that's
you have to prove that there was no touch-up. You can't. You have that's an assumption. You have to prove that there was no redoing, repainting, revitalizing of the color because over 3,000 years, unless it was sealed up to an environment could not touch it or affect it, then you have a point. But if it was if there's any any air, any water, any this or anything that affects the elements, it would gradually fade the color. Over 3,000 years, it would fade the color drastically.
We have cases where the color has faded, and I've shown that in the Louvre Museum and elsewhere as well. But the color survive a lot of time, you see. So I don't have to prove that because this is Egyptology. It's a 200-year-old field, and we have plenty of PhD dealing with that. They are actually, when they find artifacts in Egypt, they invite the press, they have the cameras, they open the coffins, they show the artifact that they found. And they found artifacts very regularly in ancient Egypt. So the color is there. That's already a proof. If you just look up New Discovery on YouTube, and you will see the head of the Department of Ancient Antiquity. Before it used to be Zahir Was, but he lost that title. You know what I'm saying? And they're showing, look, those are the artifacts that we found. And a lot of time we do have the color, we do have the painting in very good condition. So it's not even on me to prove that. Yes, go ahead.
Were the tombs sealed? Were the Egyptian tombs sealed up to no air, no nothing got in? Because if that is possible, which it is possible, then I can give a great argument. Your position is stronger if.
I'm not in a position to say if there was air or not. This is something I cannot say, but feel free to ask an Egyptologist, and he can tell you. But this is something well known. Like this is another example. This is Tutankhamun right here. And we can tell he's black. And there's plenty others.
With Osiris, this is two different. Okay, wait. This is Tutankhamun. Oh wait, I'm thinking of Akhenaten. I'm sorry. Okay, never mind. My bad. I'm confusing the two.
No, it's okay. Yeah, that's his son. Tutankhamun. That's his son.
Okay.
So,
but you can see one Osiris is drastically faded as opposed to the Osiris over there on the far left. But wearing the
here the color, the white coloring, it has faded indeed, because it's old, but we can clearly still see the white coloring,
Right. No, I know. I'm saying that I'm not doubting for sure that the certainty that the color would fade. What I'm saying is when it's kind of like new looking, that is impossible after 3,000 years, unless it was in a tomb that was unsealed.
It's not impossible. You're saying that, but if you can bring an archaeologist that's going to say it's impossible, that's going to be interesting. But that's your personal opinion. Once again, Egyptology is a 200-year-old field. People have been digging, and they're still digging now, and they're discovering things very regularly. It looks new to you because when it comes to the Israelite, we don't have anything. We don't have anything for Moses. We don't have anything for Jesus. We don't have no original. We like David. They found something that mentions David. We don't even know if it's the David of the Bible. You know what I'm saying? But ancient Egypt is different, and there's other culture as well. Like the region that you name, Akkad, Sumer. There's a lot of writing. They may have less painting, but they have some still. They have some statues. You know what I'm saying? So, but with Israel, like the story of the Bible, the Exodus story, it tells us that the sea parted in two. The Hebrews walked between the water, and then Pharaoh and his army followed them and died. That's not historical. They did not write about that in ancient Egypt. Yeah, go ahead, feel free.
Well, so what I've learned, and when I'm beating up Egyptologists, you guys do denial. I don't call that well, you guys may call that scholarship, but we call it intellectualism. They have found bones and chariots underwater. And
can you show me this?
I mean, I can't. I'm in bed. Like it's like really early in the morning.
Next time.
I will, but because so a lot of times you guys go into just denial, and it's kind of like even when you show, then you guys go in denial. Someone said, when I showed the picture of that chariot, Egyptian chariot with the spokes that resemble the same chariot spokes that are written on the walls. They just went into, this is on the HOK, they went into denial. So then I hit them with, so then y'all don't believe in Egypt. And they were confounded because they're so used to denying everything and calling everything pseudo that they'll even go against their own doctrine. So I'm like, I try to explain them, you guys got to look out for that counterpunch. Because when you think about denying before you deny. Let me give you an example, right?
You're claiming something that you're not in a position to share.
Okay, just real quick. An example, right? Like young Haru. He says, Naz, you have no proof of that. You make stuff up. But listen, his name.
I agree with him.
I know, but his name is fake. Hold on, listen. His name is fake. There's no Egyptian word called Haru because there was no Greek upsilon. Wait, hold on. No, it's not. It's HR. There is no Greek upsilon in the ancient Egyptian language.
We have the we have the Heru. This is written in hieroglyphic. That exists. Ask an Egyptologist. You don't have to.
No, you don't. I have hieroglyphics. There is no Greek upsilon in ancient Egypt. It is an Afro-Asiatic language. The Greek language, the ancient. Hold on, listen. The ancient Egyptian language is considered Afro-Asiatic. There is no Greek upsilon in that alphabet. So his name Heru. It's fake.
I don't know.
Let me finish, brother. It's like Osiris. It's WSR, Wasar, not Osiris. So he's coming with these.
Osiris is Greek. Yes, it's Greek.
Yeah, I know. So that's what I'm saying. But hold on, I know. But listen, I'm saying a guy with a Kemetic Yiddish name can't tell me what's fake when his name is whack. That's not even a real name. Heru is not real.
No, Heru is real. We find that in a hieroglyphic. We find that on original documents.
No, you do not. I have the hieroglyphics. Hold on, now I got to get out of bed and show that I have the hieroglyphics too, and show that there is no Greek upsilon in that.
I don't know why you keep talking about Greek upsilon. I don't even know that word, but
there is no U in the ancient Egyptian language.
There is no U sound. Brother,
no, it's blah. There is no U. That is an Indo-European letter. There is no U in the ancient Egyptian language. It's Wa.
Okay, let me just pull up that book, and you're gonna learn something today. We can all learn every day.
Well, hold on, let me get I'm gonna show you all about linguistics. Hold on.
That's James P. Allen's Middle Egyptian right there, right? And he's gonna show the glyphs, and he's gonna tell you the phonetic values. So scrolling down. He's a PhD in Egyptology, for the record. So I'm going to look for the Kuragic. Yeah, feel free. Feel free. Now here you have the quail chick and you have the curl of rope. The transliteration is W. And he would tell you what the W, how the W is pronounced, what sound it is. So
hold on.
Here, you said there's no W. Sorry, there's no U.
There's no
The W, that's the U sound. In Medu Necher, that's the U sound. No, in Medu Necher, hold on. W, both a consonant like English, W as in wet, and a sign showing that a word and ended in a vowel. For example, wabu, clean, representing waba. So that is the U sound in Medu Necher, in hieroglyphic. This is just well known.
Hold on. I got to get into the light. Hold on. Unless
Now,
you're saying the ancient Egyptians were Greek.
No, check. Let me just show you this, please, if you don't mind. Look, this is page 21. Now, once again, this is James P. Allen. I'm going to type his name for those who don't know him. Dr. James P. Allen, and the book is called Middle Egyptian, and it's a third edition. All right, so people have the author and the book in the chat. Page 21. Page 20, it says pronunciation. So I'll go down. Page 21. W. At the beginning of a word like English, W, otherwise usually like oo, as in two. Example, we, me, pronounce we. Two, you, pronounce two. I rest my case. Feel free.
Oh, hold on. Still get my thing. Hold on.
And he's a PhD in Egyptology. He's very well respected. He's one of the most famous Egyptologists, I would say.
All right, I'm gonna show you guys. Okay, let me show you. Hold on. Watch this. Watch this. Hopefully, you guys can hear me. I want to. I usually hold a microphone. I'm gonna try to.
No, we hear you well. We hear you well.
If you can see here, they have a V, which is a Gothic letter, right? That's one. Then down here, they have a Wa, right underneath. There is no U until you start to get to the Greek. Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
hold on. They try to insert an U here and mix it with the Wa, but U and Wa, the U sound comes from Greek. Hold on.
You know what you can do? Just ask an Egyptologist what the W is pronounced. How the W is pronounced. They will tell you it's U. It's U. The quail chick is the sound U.
If you can see this here, you have the hieroglyphics. You have the quote unquote Hebrew, which is a false name. And you have some other thing here. If you can clearly see, they are synonymous. There is no U, it's a Wa sound, because when you say the word and in Arabic, Aramaic, quote unquote, Yahweh the Yath, it's Wa. It's not U. You only get a U sound with Greek, upsilon.
Yeah, but brother, you're talking about two other languages. You're talking about Arabic and Hebrew. I'm talking about the Medu Necher, the hieroglyphic. In the hieroglyphic, the transliteration, the W is the U sound. Now we use a W, but in the script of hieroglyphic, it's a quail chick or the rope. And feel free, brother, trust me, ask any Egyptologist or even linguist what the quail chick, what is the sound of the quail chick. They will tell you it's a W.
Right. Remember too, they also call Wasar Osiris. So now they done took the W and made it an O sound. That's what I'm telling you. That when you guys are listening, listen to the argument. I said, listen to the argument. He said,
Osiris is
Shaka, hold on, brother. Let me speak. Hold on, brother. Let me speak.
Feel free.
The guy Young Haru with a Kemetic Yiddish name doesn't understand linguistics. The ancient Egyptian language is Afro-Asiatic. Don't get me wrong, there was some borrowings, but the oo sound came later on. Go look up the origin of the letter U. It is not wa, right? So let me give you an example. The name Wasar is the name written in the Coptic for Osiris. Now you guys are saying that not only is the W an oo sound, but now it makes an O sound. That's ridiculous. It's always wa.
Well, Osiris is Greek. In the hieroglyphic, it is Usir. It is Usir. And you know, that name that we've seen in Wikipedia, Ra Heru Akti. In English, they say Re Harakti. Now, this here, that's Heru. Oh, what happened here? Is it still sharing? Yeah. You have the R and you have the Ayin. Now, you've heard about the Ayin, right? You're familiar with the Hebrew, right? So, you know,
Well,
the
that's a
Ayin is
Greek
a
word.
Asa.
I reject Hebrew. It's not a real word.
Okay, you heard of the Ayin, right?
Yes, it means eye, like an eyeball.
Yeah, it's a glottal R, right? Okay, there it is. So we have Ra, R, Ayin, that's Ra. Then we have that the H, R, W, that's Heru. And then we have the Aleph, the H, T, and the J or the I, that's the E sound. So the Akti. And here we have Heru. So Heru is a real name. That's in hieroglyphic. Heru, it does exist. I'm not saying that because I'm cool with Young Heru. I'm just saying because this is linguistic.
Well, okay, so that would go back to people saying that the ancient Egyptians were not so-called black. Because if you have a Greek letter, and this is the original letter, then that means that these people were not African or Afro-Asiatic. They spoke an Indo-European language. There's just no way you can get around that.
No, check this out. Check this
See,
out. If you don't mind.
You're doing denial. There's no U in the ancient Egyptian language. It's only Wa.
Okay, well,
yeah, it's a fact.
You know what? It's not a fact, but you know what? Ask a linguist or an Egyptologist. You don't have to rely on what I'm saying. Ask a linguist or an Egyptologist, they will tell you what the sound is. Now, when it comes to the language, this script here, that's what we're using. That did not exist at the time of Kemet. At the time of Kemet, that's what they had. They had what we call the hieroglyphic or the Medu-Neter, you know. So the Greeks were there when the language was still spoken. So they heard how it was pronounced and they rendered that with their script, the Greek script, you know, hence the, what is it called again? The Rosetta Stone, you know, and we have also other documents where we have the hieroglyphic and the Greek, you know, but I'm not relying on the Greek. I'm relying on that ancient language called the hieroglyphic.
Watch this. For those of you who can see this book, if you have this, it's called the Coptic Etymological Dictionary. Yes, it uses the Greek script. If you go to page 91,
you're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute.
All right, my bad. If you go to page 91 and you look at the fifth entry, the word is H-O-R. I'm sorry, the sixth entry. It's H-O-R. It's just a whore, right? There is no Heru, no Horus. It's just H-O-R. And
that's Coptic. That's Coptic. That's right. The last stage of the Medu-Neter. It's like, you know, if I speak old English, you know, it's not the same way we speak now, you know, but that's still the same. The English we speak is like it's a modern stage, but there's an older stage. It's not the same, but still the language is still the same. So it's similar with the Coptic. The Coptic is the latest phase, the latest stage of the hieroglyphic. But if you ask any Egyptologist or linguist, they will tell you the U sound exists in the Medu-Neter.
So you guys were Greek.
As a matter of fact, you have dua. I don't know if you ever heard dua. Dua means thanks, and it means praise, adoration. We have the U sound. In the transliteration is the letter W, but of course the letter W did not exist at the time of the Medu-Neter. So in Medu-Neter, that will be the Quelchik or the rope. but we have the U sound in Medu Neter. Dua means thanks.
So how did they spell Wasar without a W?
Well, no, once again, it's Usir. In Greek, they say Osiris. Now, Osar maybe in Coptic, but Osiris is Greek. In Medu Neter, it's Usir. It's Usir.
Do you gonna say mother in ancient Egyptian?
It's Mut. Mut. And I'm glad
That
you
is-
asked because we have the U sound. It's Mut.
All right, so your guy's W is Greek, is what you're saying.
No, no. When we say
Indo-European.
W, no. When we say W, see, I don't. It's a bit. I have my slides, but that's the transliteration. That's like you see here, for example, we have Amen. In English, we call it Amen, right? So this here is a reed leaf, is an E sound. This leaf here is a Senate game, is MN. It's a biliteral. This is a phonetic complement, it's an N. And this here is a determinative. It's basically, it's a glyph A40. It's a seated person with a beard. So that represents a deity. So the reed leaf, the transliteration, we use the letter J or the letter I for the E sound. MN is written here. Now, in parentheses, there's W because this is really technical. Like they think that maybe you have that sound at the end, but it's not written. So to make the long story short, this is Imen. Those are the sounds. Those are the glyph. This is a language, a written language. But we use this. That's our rendition, and that's what is called transliteration, So at the time of Kemet, these letters did not exist. They did not use them. We use them because we have to use something that we understand when we teach it, And it's similar with yeah, go ahead.
I was going to ask you, would you say that the Ethiopian language and the Egyptian language are very closely related?
I don't know the Ethiopian language, but phonetically, there's a few. There's Amharic, there's Ge'ez, if I'm not mistaken. It sounds quite close to Arabic. They have many sounds. Yes, feel free.
Okay, so what you're looking at here is the Egyptian script, and you'll see that they also added in Greek in here. So you're gonna see oohs in there where originally there were no oohs or Indo-European sounds originally in their language, but now they incorporate even Arabic now, and of course modern Hebrew now uses ooh, which if you look at the origin of the letter ooh or u, it is not Afro-Asiatic. It is like an Indo-European Gothic letter. So it's really weird that the ancient Egyptians would have that thing, because then somebody can say, oh, well, then the Egyptians were white. So you kind of want to be careful with that.
Now check this out. See, a language does not represent a color. Now, Afro-Asiatic is, if I'm not mistaken, a working hypothesis, and it comes, if I'm not mistaken, mainly from Greenberg, who himself did not have any, well, I don't even know if the field existed, but I think the field of linguistics existed then. I don't think he had any PhD in linguistics, but this is once again a working hypothesis. People can ask Necheneb. He studied linguistics, at the university. So not everybody agrees with that, with that classification, but regardless, the language was there. It has nothing to do with the Greek language. The U sound does exist in the hieroglyphic. And once again, don't believe what I'm saying. Ask a linguist or an Egyptologist, does the U sound exist in the Medu Neter? And the question you asked me of a mother, Mut, we have the U sound. Dua, we have the U sound. Heru, we have the U sound. And there's many other words where we have the U sound,
Reason why I asked you that for mother, it's spelled MWT, which would be Mawat. Not
no,
Mut.
Just listen.
I
The W.
I heard what you're saying, but you're saying that the Egyptians were they were Greeks. Because how is it that all the other Afro-Asian, remember, when the linguistic classification is all they're saying. Because if you go into where are the Afro-Asiatic languages mostly spoken, like, do you know that answer?
Come again with the question.
In what area or region of the world is the Afro-Asiatic linguistic classification, or which they formerly call Hamido-Semitic? Where are these languages mostly spoken on the planet today?
Afro-Asiatic, they're speaking in Africa and in Asia.
Thank you. So how was it that the ancient Egyptians, instead of everybody else has a wa, but you guys got a Greek Indo-European letter? That means, so that would mean, well, wait a minute, these were Europeans. There's no way to get around that.
Okay, now, I think if you keep it fair, if you keep it real, you're gonna admit that what you're saying is erroneous.
No,
The hieroglyphic, well, prove it. In the hieroglyphic writing, is there any Greek? Is there
You
any
said that
Greek
there is.
writing?
You said that there is.
I never said that.
You did. You said the wa, which everyone knows W is a wa sound. You said that it is pronounced Greek oo.
No, I didn't
what
say
you said.
Greek. Ooh, no, listen, I can say it again. I've been studying the Medu Nature for years. I have plenty of books about it, and I've spoken to PhDs in Egyptology. You know, I have that on tape. You know, the transliteration is when we use our script, the Greek / Latin script. Is what we use. The ancient Egyptians did not use that. Those letters did not even exist at the time of ancient Egypt. So when you see a W, that's a U sound. We use a W, but if you go to the original, if you go to a museum and you have a papyrus or a statue, you don't have the W. You have the quail chick or the rope. And when you see that, you know that's the U sound.
Do you see next to the N? You'll see a U with the little bird on the bottom right there. You'll notice too that same letter there is with a wa. Shalom, Shalom, Jade.
Yeah, but you call it wa.
Now, if you listen. Now, I didn't write this. This is y'all's language. This is hieroglyphics, and if you see here, hold on, look, it has the U on the bottom there. Shaka,
that's not from the book.
I didn't.
Yeah, but that's not from the book.
Shaka,
You wrote that. You put that there.
I
That's
did
not
not
from the
write
book.
this. Shaka, I did not write this. The little bird here with the U is the same letter with the W. So now, if you were to say the U and they're both pronounced U and Wa, well, that's a whole nother argument. You're saying that the Wa is pronounced U, which is Greek, Upsalam. And I'm saying Afro-Asiatic languages, the Wa is always Wa. Now, modern usage, they make it U. So when his name is Heru, and even in the Coptic, it's pronounced Hor, not Heru.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
I have a question for you now.
Why is someone saying stop it? So you're saying you don't believe in it? Hold on, Shaka, you guys in the chat, you're not talking to Chris Harris. I know like 4 languages, especially Afro-Asiatic languages.
What language?
This guy's saying that the Egyptian language was different and it was Greek. You can't get around that. So there is no NAS stop nothing. I'm able to speak different language. I can speak Japanese. I speak Yahweh the Yaf. I can speak some Aramaic and English. So I study language.
Okay. Yahadawat, is that what we call Hebrew?
Yeah, that's pronunciation. That's the real name of our language.
Okay, fine. Now, what is Yeshua? Is that the name of Jesus that we call Jesus in our language?
No, Yeshua is a fake pronunciation because you would need a Yod and Aleph, Shin or Shah, and what is it, Shua? Then you would need a Greek Upsalam and Aleph.
Okay, so you're saying
actually
that
you wouldn't even need an Aleph. I'm sorry, an Ayan at the end because you would say Yeshua, so that Yeh would be an Aleph. But when you spell it, it's what's the word? Abject, if I'm not mistaken, it's words written with consonants only. It would be Y S-H W Ayan. But if you get a Yeshua, you have to use those dots and dashes that were put in during the Christian era.
Okay, so once again, Yeshua, right? That's the language of Yahweh, right? Okay, that's what we call
Yahweh
Jesus.
is a fake word too.
Yahweh, that's those. We're talking about pronunciation, Okay, so Yeshua, that's the name, but we call Jesus in English, right? So we have the U sound in Yeshua, but your language is not Greek.
Yeah, Yeshua doesn't exist in the Torah. That is a modern creation.
So how is it pronounced then?
Yahshua.
Okay.
Yahshua.
No, I said Yahshua.
Yahshua. Okay, Yash. So are you saying that in the Hebrew language there's no U sound?
In the Hebrew, which is a new modern thing, yeah, they incorporate. No,
In the language of
listen.
Yahweh.
Yahweh also is another fake word. Now, if you say Yahweh, that would be because it would be YHW Aleph. But if you have YHWH, it's Yahweh.
Well, you know, there's no consensus about the pronunciation of the name Yahweh. You know, so that Dr. Wesley Muhammad said that it was pronounced Yahoo. You know, so we don't really know how exactly it was pronounced. You know, we mainly have, you know, those consonants as we call them in our language, but we know who we're talking about. You know, we're talking about that deity. But in the language of the Bible or the Torah, you know, because if you say Bible, you're not going to be happy. Are you saying there's no U sound?
No. And the closest you can get to an U sound is if you put a wah wah back to back. And if you were to say it fast, instead of saying like wah wah, you would be like something like whoa. Which if you say it fast, you can probably get a U sound out of that. But you would have to co-join certain consonants together to get. I'll give you another example, right? There's no E sound. You would need to get an Aleph and a Yod back to back to get a E sound. Okay. So we have vowels. It's not.
Okay. Now, Judah, is it Yehuda?
It's Yehuda.
Okay.
So modern.
Yes. So there is a
modern.
sound.
Yahawada.
Not
Yehuda. Yeah, so the real pronunciation of my name will be Yahawada. Judah is like a new. I just use that. It's just a new fake word so that people know that I'm Southern tribe.
Okay, so Yahawada, right? So there's a U sound.
No, there's not. Yahawada.
Okay.
I'll give you an example.
How do you say mother in your language, in the language of the Torah? How do you say mother?
Emma or M.
Okay. It's not pronounced U. It's never pronounced U.
No.
Like in Arabic.
No, yeah, that the modern Arabic is they put U's in their language. They'd be like barakatu. And you look in there like, and they even have a J now in their alphabet when J didn't come along until the 17th century.
No, they don't have a J. I mean, you know, they have the sound, but you know, they don't have what we call the J. But I will look for
no,
words.
they do have a J. Well, I don't know what they call it, but they literally have a J. Remember, it's supposed to be 22 letters. Now they have 27. So I think they replaced the G with a J, with a J sound. There was no, the J letter came about in like the 1600s.
Okay, well, you know, we can get to the bottom of it. I know ana atakalam Arabiya qalilan. So I can speak Arabic a little bit, you know. I know the letters, you know. I'm not fluent in Arabic, you know. I'm not going to claim that, but you know, I studied Arabic, so you know, I even started studying Hebrew as well. But you know, it was a while back, so I'll get back to that. But I'm going to put Hebrew alphabet, and maybe that's going to be more helpful. But I'm pretty sure we have the U sound. Oh, there it is. So I'm going to share the link in the chat. And just like I thought, now Hebrew alphabet. So we have Aleph. Pronunciation, R is in R. We have the Bet. Now the Bet and the Vet, they are the same. The difference is that dot. Now the dot has a name, but you know, I forgot how they call it. And here, Zayin, pronunciation. No, that's Z as in zoo. Hold on. T as in tool. King, back, luck, mother, night, sight. P as in pool. F as in fool. P as in pool. F as in fool. T as in tool. G. Oh, well, I don't find any here. Okay, I will have to find some words with the U sound, but you know, Yehuda Yeshua, we have the U sound. Here they're showing us the Arabic equivalent. Okay, so basically, to make the long story short, you're saying that there's no U sound in the Hebrew language, right?
Oh, wait, say it again.
Yeah, we hear you now. We know you were just muted, but we hear you now.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, well, every time I move around my mic. So in the modern Hebrew, which those people over there speak, what they did was they used our alphabet, and then they incorporated Polish, German, Russian, Ukrainian to supplement
the Yiddish,
their things. So if you get this book here, it's called the Arabic Hebrew Lexicon, and when you go on that, they tell you that they incorporate their European dialects while they use our script. I'll give you an example. My wife's family went to China, and her family brought back the kanji Chinese script, but Japanese people don't speak Chinese. They just use the same scripts, kind of like what the Coptic uses the Greek script for the Egyptian language. So now in modern Hebrew, they use
Japanese, yes, and they were mentioning that some of the character were inspired by the Chinese character. So I can agree with that. I read that before years ago.
Also, if you look up, if you type the word,
if you don't mind, if I don't mind, if I'm asking, no, it's all good. If I'm asking you, are you saying that in the Hebrew language there's no U sound? What do you answer?
In the Hebrew language, yes.
You're saying
in
yes,
no. In the Hebrew, which is like Yeshua, Judah, Shul. Yeah, these words are modern Hebrew where they incorporate Indo-European vowels and things into their language, which they use our script.
And so, but you're saying that in the Canaanite dialect that we call Hebrew today, there's no U sound, right?
So we only have a fragment of Canaanite writings, and we're not even for sure that they were even literate. So there is purportedly
they were literate. There's writing from them.
No, there's only a fragment. There is no extensive, unless you talk about the Ugaritic, right?
Extensive. That's subjective, But we do have Canaanite writing, but
fragment writing.
Phoenician, we have Phoenician writing, if you prefer. If you don't like the term Canaanite,
that's Greek.
And Phoenician is Greek.
Yes, the Canaanites and Greeks were mixing is where you get the word Phoenician from, which is a Greek word.
No, Phoenician is not a Greek language.
Look it up. Phoenician, the word Phoenicia or Phoenix is a Greek. It's Greek. So remember, in that area, they were doing trade, and they were mixing with the Greeks. So again, they used our alphabet while they were using, the Greeks and the Canaanites were mixing together. This is where you get Phoenician from.
Okay, I'm talking about the language, not the region, Phoenicia. But for the record, here you have the link in the chat here, Phoenician language, and it says the Phoenician is an extinct Canaanite Semitic language. It doesn't say it's Greek anywhere.
But look at the word look up the etymology of the word Phoenician.
Many of the etymology of the words that we use today, we take us back to the Greek, because somehow, some way, that's words that they came up with for different things. I'm saying? Just like a lot of the terms we use, Italia, the countries that end up with IA at the end, because in the Latin, the Romans, they gave those names. I'm saying? But still, here I'm not talking about the etymology of Phoenicia. I'm just talking about the Phoenician language itself. It is an extinct Canaanite Semitic language. If I ask you, for example, Aramaic, that's not Greek. Do we agree?
Yes.
And if I ask you in the Aramaic language, is there any U sound? What would you answer?
No, there's no U.
Okay, I heard you. So we can take.
I was actually going to do a lesson on if anybody get this is a great. We even had our own distinct
Aramaic as opposed to the lingua franca of other nations. We even had our own form of Aramaic. Just like people say, oh, well, you know, the Israelite language is Canaanite. No, it's not. We had our own distinct dialect and rules. We don't have extensive writings from Canaanites, except for the Ugaritic tales of Baal or whatever. But then we don't even know if that's even them. That could have been us because we were worshiping those gods too, which why we got kicked out of the land. So when you see like figurines of Baal and El, that might have been us, not necessarily Canaanites, because we were worshiping that too.
You know what's interesting when you say us. Are you of the opinion that the Canaanites were black people?
Define black.
Like you and me? Like
not all. Not all, because there was actually 12 to 14 nations. So you had Canaanites was just one. You had the Sinaites, the Arvadites, the Girgashites, the Hivites, Jebusites. These were nations, not tribes. But people grouped them together and say Canaanite, but they all were not the exact same. So example, the Chinese, when people say, oh man, the Chinese are going to Africa. Well, technically they are African. If you want to use that word African, that technically they are. They just going back home.
Okay. I don't agree that Chinese are Africans, but okay, so would you
go
say,
by genetics?
Yes.
Well, go look it up. When they come back with their DNA test, they say they come from where?
Well, feel free to share anytime you want. You know, I'm willing to learn. But which nation was black in Palestine or Canaan?
Out of the 12 or 14 nations?
Any nation, because basically you said we, so that's why I asked you, do you believe that the Canaanites were black? And then you're telling me that, you know, the Canaanites were mixed with many different nations, you know, but now they call them Canaanites. So which nation was made of black people?
I'm not sure, but I do know that I would say that the one where Hannibal Barca, he was quote unquote melanated with the locks and all that, and he was the one that was fighting against Rome, and he's depicted on coins as being quote unquote black with full lips and knotted hair.
Now, you know, that's not the same time period. It's not even the same geographic location, you know, because Hannibal, that would be around Tunisia, right? So, it's not even the same time period. But the inhabitant of the place that we call
that is a Canaanite stronghold, though. Carthage is an old Canaanite stronghold. Hannibal, his name, look at the word Hannibal. The word Hannibal means Anibal, which means I am Baal. And you get Barca or Barca from Barcelona, Spain, was named after him.
That coin that you talked about, right? Where is it located? Because there's one book, I'm not sure if it's J.A. Rogers, but there was one book where they show that coin with a guy that seems to have dreadlocks. Where is that coin located?
I'm not sure. I don't really study Canaanites all of it.
Because the inhabitant of Tunisia, you know, they just like today, they are white skin. They were white skin, you know, during the time of Hannibal, you know. And we have Ibn Khaldun, maybe you've heard of him. Sabir Bey proudly took a picture in front of his statue, but Ibn Khaldun, who is from Tunisia, wrote about black people and basically labeled them, you know, close to the animal, you know, lower than a human. You know, he was actually negrophobic, anti-black. So personally, my stance is that the inhabitants of Canaan or Israel or Palestine were white-skinned people, at least during the time of Kemet. So, you know, from like 1500 BC. As a matter of fact, we have depictions of them. You know, we have that painting from Beni Hassan that you've probably seen, where we see the Asiatics, actually, we have Hyksos, the word that we call Hyksos in Greek, you know, Hekachasud, it is written, you know, and we can clearly see, and I mean, I can show to the people, it's better. I can show them better than I can tell them. Beni Hassan, and I put Asiatics. There it is. So I'm showing in the link. Yeah, you have the Wikipedia link here. The ancient Egyptians, they made the painting. Now this, at the bottom you have the reproduction, but at the top, you have the original. And here you have the ancient Egyptian. So you can see the skin is clearly darker. But here, that's Heka Haset. That's the term that we call Hyksos, basically ruler of foreign land, you know. So when we look at them, and they have the typical, they have a term, I forgot that it is about the hair, but that the hairstyle, many times you see those people, they are basically white skin. Now, they're not white like people from Denmark and Sweden, you know, but they are not black skin like the ancient Egyptians. So that's one example, and that's like 1900 BC. You know, so we can say that, you know, a certain 2000 BC, 4,000 years ago, the inhabitants of Syro-Palestine were white skin, because we do have some attestation here, or let's say some evidence, some record here.
I'll give you an example, right? Okay, like someone said, like Ace Yahweh, he said, light like you, right? So various people come, olive means green, Jade, but everybody was never homogeneous. Even the Israelites, it called the Israelites a congregation of a multitude of nations. So even the nation of Israel was not homogeneous in appearance. Neither were the Egyptians. There's no, well, except for like certain people like the Khoisan, maybe like them who necessarily don't travel a whole lot. AC Howard also brought up a very, very good point. So-called whites did not spread out into the world until the time of Alexander the Greek. So they definitely were not. So I hear Chris Harris, this is actually what was coming on. I don't know if you know, I'm not sure if you're cool with like Chris Harris or not, whatever. But he's trying to avoid Israelite nationalism versus Pan-Africanism. Now he has a whole group, like 100 plus people. He got Q Butter, Garfield, whoever else, whatever, versus Israelites, and we're saying, right? But yeah. But I suppose we go back to AC Howard is on point. So-called white people didn't become prominent until Alexander the Greek. Then they begin to spread out. So when everyone's trying to make people white, that's impossible because what so-called white people didn't start expanding out into the world until Alexander the Great. Also, for those of you who can who are here, you can see me that I've been into this language stuff here. You can see here, this is the cuneiform from Samaria. I was trying to get Shaka to pull up the word, how to say the word Eve in Arabic, and the word is going to be Kawa. So he said, we don't know how to pronounce the word of God's name. Kawa means living or life. Hawa means to exist or be. So sometimes the Kha and the Ha are interchangeable. So when you say Eve in Arabic, it's Kawa, is exactly the same way it's written in the Torah. So
I think
again,
Kawa. I think it's Awa in Arabic. You know, maybe in Hebrew they may pronounce it Hawa, but I think in Arabic it's Awa. You know.
Well, look at, you know what you do? Type in how to pronounce Eve's name in Arabic, and then press the little thing, and she's gonna tell you how it's pronounced.
Well, that will be one website, you know, but there will be many websites. But for the record here, I've just typed that what you asked me to type. How to pronounce Eve in Arabic.
Yes.
And
Hawa.
Hawa.
See? Hawa. So
Hawa.
Yahweh is the Most High's name, not Yahweh.
That's not the same word.
Arabic and Yahweh Dayath are like brother sister languages. Like, so when I'm speaking, they would understand me more than modern English.
Yeah, they're very close. You know, they're like cousin languages. You know, many times I refer to them as that. Like for example, Shalom Aleichem in Arabic is Salam Aleikum. So basically, the ch sound becomes the k sound in Arabic. You know, bait in Arabic and bite, or maybe my pronunciation is not, you know, the best, but that's basically the same word in Hebrew and Arabic, and they have plenty of words that are, you know, similar, and verbs as well that are similar, you know. But
let me just show you this. Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say? You use the bathroom?
Feel free.
Okay. For those of you who can see this, you can see here the Phoenician, the Aramaic, the Nabatean, early Arabic, modern Arabic, Syrian, and modern Hebrew. And you'll see, right? And you'll see all the yellow, they all have wa.
in them, right? So again, and our language, what they falsely call Hebrew, goes back to Akkadian, as you can clearly see here. Right, you can see what is this? This is called the Ugaritic and Phoenician alphabets compared to the Akkadian and Sinite script. So you can also see, so the adjoining peoples and neighboring peoples had different dialects, even though we had used similar.
Oh, you went on mute now.
Okay, the Assyrian alphabet, slightly different from what they call Paleo Hebrew or whatever, but pretty much coming from the same root, because you had the what would they term it? Eastern Semitic and Western Semitic, whatever, right? So we had different dialects, but it's the same. But remember what the brother pulled up when he said, "How do you say Eve?" It came out Hawa. It just means life, living. So when you're saying God's name, now in modern Hebrew, they don't even pronounce his name at all because they don't serve Yahweh. They say Hashem. And they're talking about some Canaanite god, Baal, which they do admit.
Yeah, I had to use the bathroom when you're talking about, white people, and when I move away from my computer, I don't hear all the time, So I heard you mention I forgot if it was Alexander the Great. You mentioned some European, some non-European, but once again, when I said that the inhabitants of Canaan were white people or white-skinned people, it doesn't mean like people in Denmark or Sweden, but basically white skin, basically non-black. Now you mentioned genetics, right? Is there any artifact that you can show us where we see black Canaanites or inhabitants of Canaan? Or is there any geneticists that actually stated, okay, these inhabitants of Canaan, they were black skin, or some of them, that nation?
Oh, well, that particular nation, no. Only thing we have to go by is certain records written by certain peoples, and we have the coin of Hannibal Barca, who was the ruler of Carthage, which was a Canaanite stronghold. This is a fact, bro. Hannibal was a Canaanite, and he fought against Rome in the Punic Wars.
You said certain monuments written by certain people, so we don't have any name. Now that coin, I don't think it's legitimate. People cannot even tell me what that coin is.
I mean, everything's not going to be in a European museum. Yeah, but you can look that coin up. Like, you can look it up.
Well,
I don't get into Canaanite stuff.
But check this out. I've seen that coin, but I think it's one of J.L. Rogers' book. Maybe I'm wrong, but besides that book where people have seen it, it's been circulating online. It's like some painting, like Lord Abba came up with a painting of a ruler of one of these Muslim country, but that's one of those where he's like black skin. There are more where he's actually white skin, So it's anything from the internet. People make drawings sometimes, So that coin, I don't even think it's legitimate. People cannot even say where it comes from, So basically, you cannot even show us any depiction of black Canaanites. You cannot even tell us any geneticist that says, because people deal with genetics, that says, okay, those inhabitants, they were black skin. So basically, it's just fantasy.
Well, black, it means pale. So you're saying, if you're saying that the Canaanites are pale, black, then you have to say the ancient Egyptians were pale, black. But just my point, Ethiopic, you clearly see here, it says Wawi, not U. Just want to get back to that no, the ancient Egyptian language, which is Afro-Asiatic, did not have Indo-European until later on.
What you're showing me is a different language.
Sir, once again, the ancient Egyptians but the Ethiopians and ancient Egyptians were obviously doing trade, business, commerce, having wars. They could communicate. How? I know some ancient Egyptian words and phrases, just like I know some Ethiopic. And you can clearly see here that Wa So I'll show you an alphabet. I didn't make this alphabet. I did not make the Ethiopic language. This is some. Hold on, brother. Wait, hold on. Chuck, let me finish real quick. Some of you guys come from the HOK chat. Them are the dumbest N-words on the planet. Denialship is not intellect. You cannot go into an intellectual circle just denying everything. When someone shows you something, like I get it, some people want to troll, but you can't troll the Messiah of trolls because I can troll you with intellect. Clearly, I just showed you the Ethiopic alphabet, and the letter used for W is Wawi, right? Not U. There's no Greek upsilon. Now, if you're going to use words like black, the etymology of the word black means pale, bleached. Now, if you're saying the Egyptians were pale, bleached, well, there are certain pale, bleached people who say that too, right? That's why they say the ancient Egyptians and Ethiopians are not colored people; they're white. So be careful about the words you use because words are spells. When you say black, and you can clearly see, I'm not black, I'm brown, and I'm mixed. Shaka is lighter than me, and I'm a so-called Negro Puerto Rican. How do you explain? My mama got straight hair. My grandma got straight hair, but he's lighter than I am. So, are you
I'm
saying?
not sure. I'm not sure that I'm lighter than you. Like the quality that I have and the lighting that I have, I appear lighter than you. But I've seen you many times before. I'm not biracial for the record. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm what people will call light skin. But this is just a minor detail. When you ask me what do you mean by black, I told you like you and me. So now it's like you're playing words and black means this and that. You know very well what I mean when I say black people, So descendants of Africans, Negro African, that's what I mean. And I've shown you Tutankhamun from his tomb, the painting, and I have many other artifacts.
He was brown. He wasn't walking around with black skin. Watch, pull it up. He's going to be just, excuse me. If you get a little kid and you say, which one, you have two crayons, which one's the brown one, which one's the black one, the little kid's going to be like, that one's brown, that one's black. As adults, we're saying words like black, which means pale. Right? So if we get down to the root of the etymology of the word black, at first it meant pale. Now it means like black. But we're not walking around with black skin. And clearly my skin is brownish red, copper colored. So when he pulls that picture up, Tutankhamun is going to be brown skin, not black. Or he's not going to be white, pale, black either. I told you, you got to get into etymology of words.
I'm going to show you from some museum. This is Portugal, Lisbon. Now, is that a black person to you?
No, his skin is brown.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I mean, his skin's not brown. Well, I have a 5-year-old son. If I say, son, what color is this? He's going to be like, Chido. Chido in Japanese means brown. He's not going to say black.
What's the name of the movie?
Yeah, his hair is black.
This guy, is he black?
No, he's
is that like Jimon Hunsu?
No, he's dark brown with a reddish tint. He's dark copper colored.
All right, okay. So the Canaanites, were they dark brown people?
Probably dark brown, medium brown to light high yellow.
What makes you say that? Because you said probably. You're guessing.
No, because I've been all over the planet. Nobody's walking around with black skin. So
I asked dark brown, not black skin. I asked dark brown, but you said probably. What makes you say that they were dark brown?
Well, okay, for one, okay, let me answer, right? When you guys say African, which I know you're gonna try to say that the Antioch, he made that up, right? Because the word Africa only pertains to the word Ifriqiya of that land, Tunisia, right? The continent was never called Africa, right? So even people in so-called Northeast African are not walking around with black skin. They are various shades of brown.
They are Berber. They are Berbers. And there's a brother, V Bennett. He was in the chat earlier, and he shared some PhDs, like maybe 13 PhDs, who wrote about the humid period or the Green Sahara. And we have DNA that shows that the population in North Africa, around 3000 BC, if I'm not mistaken, their DNA can be traced to many different African nations, and like Cameroon was one of them, but there were other nations. So basically, it shows that it was populated by black-skinned people or dark brown-skinned people. Those Berbers, it seems that they came here sometime, and maybe they came from this region, Asia, or above. When you have the Mediterranean, I cannot say exactly where they came from. But that being said, for a very long time, the North Africa, they're different. The white skin, they're basically white skin. They're white skin, pale skin. I live in France. You have many people from Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco. Though in Morocco, some of them are dark skin. You know what I'm saying? But the majority of them, they are white skin. So it's not the same type. It's not the same genetic.
I would say lighter skin, not white. They're not white. My best friend's wife is Moroccan. And when you see them, some of them look kind of quote Negro, and then some of them are Berbers. And remember, Berbers are not white, and then they're not Arabs, but some of them are darker brown, and some of them are high yellow.
Look. If I put Algerians, there it is. That's what I mean when I say white skin. If I put Tunisians, and I live among them, there are plenty of them in France. Those are the Tunisians, and those are North Africans. And the Berber. The Berbers, basically, a lot of them call themselves Arabs, but they're not Arabs. Moroccans.
Where do they come from?
Moroccans.
Where did the Berbers come from?
I Egypt, for sure.
Look it up. Ancient Egyptian and Berber connection.
I wouldn't say.
Yeah, see, I told you. I know. Listen, I was a Pan Africanist. I know. Just say Chris Harris.
But basically, so far, you cannot demonstrate or prove that you had dark brown people that I call black people, in Canaan. That's a belief, not a fact.
I mean, I'm not, but that's not something I'm going to argue, because if you go over the planet, some people have, like, even here in Asia, you have some people who are darker than so-called Africans, East Indians. But they live in the continent of Asia. They are way darker. There's mad Nigerians here, mad Cameroonians, mad Tanzanians, pretty much whatever country in quote unquote Africa, they live here in Japan too. When the East Indians are here, they are like super dark. There is like no comparison when it comes to skin color. If melanin could be sold, they would be rich, and we'd be broke.
There are some dark-skinned people in Asia. It's true. But then if we look at their DNA, a lot of time it will tie them back to Africa. Even in India, there's a tribe of black people, but they said in a video that it is believed that it's sometime during the slave trade that those people found their way over there. So that's a reality. We have a few, and we have Runoko Rashidi who also documented many dark-skinned people with kinky hair that we have in different islands, so that is a reality. However, if we talk about Japan or Japanese people, the majority, I don't think anybody would disagree that the majority of them are white skin, or pale skin, So and
now,
as far as
they weren't always.
Well, I hear that, but that argument when people say, "Oh, back in the day they were black," a lot of people say that, but they cannot say
they're brown. They're brown. But they take like skin. They look at the Japanese men. The Japanese men are your color or darker. You don't see them. Remember, they can't go by the TV because they're only going to put the pale ones up. A lot of them are Koreans. I'm saying if you go. No, listen.
I don't know what time it is now, but tomorrow you can just take your phone and just show me those so-called dark-skinned Japanese people. They don't exist. They
do exist. Right, my wife's grandfather was your color before he died.
Can you show me, please?
He's dead.
Yeah, we have pictures of him.
I don't have pictures of him. She does. I don't know where her pictures are. And the grandmother was darker than him.
Anytime. But I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all.
I mean,
I've seen.
I have no reason to.
I have a friend who's married to a Japanese woman. You know what I'm saying? And I've seen many Japanese people. So I know they're very, very light skinned. But
wait, hold on, wait. Are you wait. So you're saying that everybody in Japan is walking around looking alike when they're different ethnic groups? You got Okinawans, you got the Jomon, you got the Yayoi, you got the people up top. I forgot the name of that. Anyways, you have the Burakumin, you have different groups in Japan. They're not all homogenous. So when people say, well, the Black American or the African American, well, wait a minute, we got some that are like Wesley Snipes, we got some that look like Blake Griffin, right? So again, too, when here in Japan, I would go get drinks at the Nigerian bar, right? So I was standing out there with a Nigerian, and they're the mafia we had here. Anyway, they don't bother me, but I'm out there having a drink. I go outside, I'm chilling with them, and this white couple walks up, and there's like 30 of us standing outside. I'm the only so-called Black American. This lady looks at me and she's like, where are you from? And I'm looking around like, was she the police? Why is she pointing me out? I'm like, America. She's like, I knew it. And I was like, how do you know? How did you pick me out of 30 people? She was like, because you clearly are not these guys. She knew a Black American from a Nigerian. And Nigerians can look very Negro-ish. When I say Negro, I mean so-called Black American. There are some Nigerians that have like Negro looks. Some of them don't, some of them do. So they're not homogenous. As a matter of fact, one of my friends, Patrick, is Nigerian. He looks very Negro, and the non-Negro looking Nigerians treat him like crap because he's not from their tribe. Not from their, they're all Nigerians, but his people are on the bottom of the caste in Nigeria.
But to make the long story short, what I'm saying is that regardless of the ethnic group, Japanese people, for the majority of them, are white-skinned people, pale-skinned people. If people want to play with words, well, some of them are a bit darker and all that. I'm saying they're definitely not my skin tone. Now I'm saying the majority. I'm not saying all of them. There's always exceptions, because I know a guy who actually had 6 fingers on both hands. He later on had the operation and he was removed. So there are exceptions. So all this to say that, and it's not an attack against you. It's because there's not many Hebrews or like, there's a brother called Real. I don't know if you've seen him before. He comes here quite often. We have many discussions, but usually we don't have many Hebrews or like, who come on the panel. And that's why when I had the Wayne with Tosayak, who said that he has attestation of Moses in a hieroglyphic in a book called Sinai Photograph. It is something he made up, but he's pseudo. He also said Ahmad is a bird. But I was asking him about the 12 tribe chart. That's something that's just made up and very recent. And he gave a date, what I'm saying? But a lot of Hebrews, Black Hebrews, are like, they claim that they descend from Canaan. So they have the opinion that Canaan was populated by Black people. And just like the Black Muslim who believe that Arabia was populated by Black people, and Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD in Islamic study, who is a member of the Nation of Islam, he challenged me to a debate a decade ago. I accepted, and then he backed down. I have an article about that on my website dealing with the color of the Arabs. But whether it's people who believe that the inhabitants of Arabia were Black, or that the inhabitants of Canaan or Palestine or Israel were Black, it is false. And as a matter of fact, they never show any scholarship. They never show PhDs dealing with genetics or showing us depictions of them. We have depictions of inhabitants of these areas. Few paintings, but a lot of statues. But once again, in ancient Egypt, we have plenty of depictions of Asiatics. And they consistently are not of the same skin tone. They are always, lighter. So I'm trying to wake up my people worldwide and tell them you have the right to believe in the Bible and be a Christian or a Hebrew. But for you guys to try to say that those areas were populated by Black people, we're not going anywhere.
But you can't disprove that. So the counter argument was prove that they weren't, and you can't, because those people don't.
Earlier, I showed you a depiction of those people, because you don't
even know those are that people. It says, listen, that word Hyksos means for. Oh, by the way, May the Most High kill Real Talk's mother and father. May the Most High kill your children.
No.
There's none of that. He talked about, no, sir. Listen, sir.
Him, not his family members.
He's talking about my sir. He's talking about my wife. So may the Most High kill his mother and father. Wait, hold on. And when his mother and father die, he can thank me later.
No, you cannot say
sir,
that. Check this out. You did not read him properly.
Sir, no. Judah Nazareth is sir. You're not gonna have, sir. You're not gonna have doodoo eating Hamites talking crazy about my wife. May the Most High kill his mother and his father and his children. Now that's what he started it. I don't even know who this dude is. All right. So may the Most High kill his mother and his father and his loved ones. And then when he die, he can thank me later.
No, but listen, I can never agree with anybody talking against family members or somebody that have a problem with him. With what I'm reading,
he just spoke against my family. Sir, what? Sir, wait a minute. This is not how the Shaka. You can't. Am I a guest on here? Shaka, am I a guest on here? If you're a guest on my channel and someone says something about your family, they're going to get kicked off and banned.
What did he say about your family?
He said, according to your Bible, which he doesn't know because he's not one of us, he says it's against the law for you to marry a rat eater. When Japanese people have the longest longevity on the planet, they don't eat rats. That's Chinese. So if this person actually read books, right? Well, actually, so when his mother get hit by a bus. Hold on, brother. When his mother dropped dead on the toilet, all praises to the Most High.
Now, real talk, I don't agree with what he said. But
no, that's okay. I do. May the Most High kill your mama.
No, but look, listen, you ain't gonna say that all night.
Yes, I'm going to say that as much. May the Most. I hope the Most High kill his mother and his father and his kids.
Okay, well, we can talk some other time. It's better. We talk some other time
later.
All right. Well, it was a good discussion. Just the end got a bit, but you have the link to get on the panel. I'll be able to go through the comments. But if somebody follows the Bible, just like if somebody follows the Quran, a lot of people may not know that, but if somebody follows the Bible, the Torah, eating pork is not authorized. So Jewish people, they don't eat pork. But the term heathen, that didn't help. So I don't agree with what he said. I mean, I made that clear, but that's something we can all learn, in the future. If you have an issue with somebody, deal with him, don't deal with his family members, But of course, I don't agree at all, what he said, it's just like Sanetta. I ain't cool with Sanetta, But I told him, and he said that he apologized, when he wished death on Sanetta's family member, and he wished that Sanetta's child gets raped. That's why I came up with that nickname that I don't need to use now, because I know that he said he apologized. I take his word for him. For it, I didn't hear it, but anyway. So there were many comments, so I'll be able to go to the comments, but you have the link to get on the panel. It was a good discussion, actually. I never expected that we will have such a long and varied discussion, and it was interesting. I don't know if you can still hear me, but if you hear me, Judah Nasra, don't take my word for it. Ask a linguist and an Egyptologist, what the quail chick is, the sound, and they will tell you it's a oo sound, And anybody else, not just Judah Nasra, anybody here that's on the panel right now, if you want to know how to find an Egyptologist or an linguist, you just type Linguist University, and you'll have some names, many different universities around the world. And you can do the same with Egyptologists, and just ask them, the quail chick, the rope, transliterated with the W, what is the sound? And you will see, they will tell you it's a oo sound, It doesn't mean that every single one of them will tell you, but the majority will. That's the consensus of Egyptology, which is a 200-year-old field. So once again, I have the link to get on the panel. And I'm going to go through the comments. So it was very very interesting conversation that I had with Judah Nasra, So we have MCR in a place to be. Now the other comments, I read them. So Indigenous Africa did write there's no primary of Jesus. Everybody who mentioned Jesus is speaking about him in third person. Yeah, I did read that one. Andrew wrote, but Christians believe he existed as a human being. Indeed, they do. Oh yeah, that's when Judah Nasra came on. So here, Indigenous Africans were the authors of the Gospels, women eyewitnesses, and they were writing down oral tradition. Now, Indigenous African, I hope you're doing well. You're writing that the authors of the Gospel weren't eyewitnesses, but when we read their tales, their story, their writing, they claim that they walked with Jesus and heard what Jesus said and saw what Jesus did. So according to the story, they were eyewitnesses. Now, if you're talking about the authors of, I understand what you mean, because some scholars will actually state that, they will state that the people who wrote those books attributed to, John, Matthew, Luke, Mark, they wrote after, decades after their lifetime. You know what I'm saying? So I can see, I have an idea of what you mean here. Jay wrote, it does not matter a color, he was the Son of God. Do you believe he was the Son of God? A long time I don't hear the machine gun sound effect. Indigenous African, according to the academic consensus, there's no historical and archaeological evidence for the existence of Moses. And I agree. And I agree. But when it comes to Jesus, it's very sensitive. They have a good, I don't want to say hustle, I'm trying to be diplomatic, but they have a good thing going on, So they try to, Notre Dame, that church, a famous church in Paris, when it burned, I don't know if you heard about that, but they got $1 billion in like 48 hours of donation so that it could be rebuilt. $1 billion. Danny Williams is a place to be. We have Josh Jones in the place to be. Yiddish, yeah, I was looking for that word, I was, struggling to remember the name. MC Mara wrote, Godfrey Higgins links India with ancient Egypt, Anacalypsis. Anacalypsis, sorry. Ralph, oh snapped, wow. We have Jay Snake in the place to be. He wrote Rod of Judah, Young Heru, Mabad, Chaka, Miss. No, I guess it's some typo here. Jay Snake wrote, he still owe you. Oh, JTV is in the place to be. Okay, it says it's connecting. It may take a few seconds. He still owe you that $1,000. So I guess he was talking about Pum Pum Smash Rockwell. Okay, now it's working. JTV, how you doing, brother?
Hey, Shaka.
Wow,
what a great show. Hello, everyone. How are you all doing? Yes, it's 0127 in the UK. Shaka has me up again all night listening to some great show, right? I can't, so yeah, we've got to shout out Shaka for his great show today, and also inviting people up to defend, if they have a problem with it, which is good as well. And it was really nice to see Judah Nats to come up and do what Judah Nats does, and respect to him for that. Respect for him for turning up. The one part I did not like was the end part. It'd be nice if we could all leave discussions as gentlemen, and some things maybe should not be said, especially in text form. It's not a really good thing to do is to disrespect anybody's wife, no matter what color or whatever, so someone's gonna get very defensive with that, and also there were two Hebrew Israelites that were fighting Shaka, so we didn't say anything to upset him.
Come again, there were two Hebrew Israelites that were fighting me?
No, Real Talk and Judah.
Real Talk is a Hebrew Israelite?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't you
okay.
remember?
I don't remember. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
man. You remember? real talks, an undercover Hebrew Israelite. And I think we upset some other people as well.
Hold on. Real talk is not too real. Are you thinking about too real?
No. Real talk is not too real.
Oh, I'm getting them mixed up.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, so I
What's
wonder
up,
who
young
Real
Harry?
Talk is then. I've seen Real
He's been
Talk
there.
before. Okay, I thought I saw him. Oh,
I don't know if he's been on the panel. Yeah, go ahead, young Harry.
No, I was telling him, I told Real Talk get up on the panel, you know what I'm saying? It would have been better if he came up on the panel and speak, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know why Judah Niles took it so offensive, because he was basically speaking on the Bible premises, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
it's a
but
lot
sometimes,
to
after a long discussion, and sometimes a little thinking, trigger people, but we see had a good convo,
He think he's a troll, but yeah.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, wasn't it, Hiru? I mean, it was going quite nice, and
it was a great build, you know what I mean? But
respect to Shaka and Judah.
Call my name fake and anything.
Well,
yeah,
I be listening, you know what I mean? Like, y'all could have another discussion, but he gotta be able to show and prove, because a lot of the things you show and prove, Shaka, you explain to him what's what and why it's what, and he cannot deny it. He's just going based off of his opinion when he speaks a lot of the times, and there's nothing wrong with that, but you just gotta accept that's what you're doing, like you said, show and prove. And yeah, man, it was good though. I enjoyed the conversation at the same time. But
yeah, Shaka, when I was talking about the Son of God, what I was saying is if someone believes in the Son of God, then the color of his skin would not mean anything. In my opinion, if someone was the Son of God, so that's again, when you're texting, sometimes I think we should be aware of that as well. Sometimes it's best to speak. Sometimes, and maybe sometimes when you read a text, maybe not take it in the same way as someone speaking to you in face, But saying that again, you talk about a man's wife, then Judah was obliged to do a Will Smith.
Well, he wasn't talking about his wife personally, though. I don't think he was taking a personal shot against his wife.
But he used the word heathen, so that didn't help.
Oh, he said what he said. He said something, but he's trying to explain to him that's what his Bible is saying.
Yeah, but there's ways.
But he didn't say that.
I know it's touchy. You know what I mean?
He shot before he said sorry.
Yeah, but then again, that's another thing that people pick and choose what they want from these scriptures. When it fits them. You know what I'm saying? But me, I ain't gonna speak on it because I don't believe in none of that bullshit. But
I think it's how it is. I mean, look, someone for an example, I was working I just put it this way, I was working and there was a black guy that came to my site. And he was very intelligent. I could tell, he kept right beside me because, I'm always got my books and always reading. So he stuck right beside me. And the stuff that he was coming out with was really like groundbreaking. What he said to me was that Buddha was black. So, well, I said, well, I don't know for sure. But, I won't say you're wrong, but I can't agree either. So anyway, an Asian guy pulls up, and I said to the guy, don't. The guy turned to the Asian guy and said, You do know that Buddha was black, don't you? Now, you can imagine for someone that is, you know, how are they going to handle that? How are they going to handle that? You know, you're telling someone something totally different to what's been taught for them for maybe 40, 50 years. You know, so I don't mind people disagreeing, and I don't even mind if they don't have any proof. That is their choice, and it's a choice that you're allowed to have. And it makes it all the more interesting, I feel. And people must be free to speak.
But yeah, we man over here, you know, JT, we all deal with all that. We deal with truth and facts. But it's just like, you know, another thing they always trying to do, you know, the whole black thing, you know what I'm saying? Like at times they will call in black people colored people. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Color, there's many different shades in color people. You see what I mean? So there's some people that are dark skinned. If you turn off the light, you can't see them. You know what I'm saying? So they're light skin, brown skin, whatever you want, a yellow skin, red skin. You know what I mean? But they're the same people. Don't get it twisted. We talking about people. We're not talking about a t-shirt black or, you know what I mean, the darkness black. So people try to confuse the two to try and make an argument, you know, and I just feel like they just playing semantics when they do that, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that
But you know, it's good, brother Young Hill, that we addressed that, and some of the people who agree with him, I'm talking about Judah Nasra, next time they may come, with some depictions or with some genetics, you know, but it's not the first time I stated that, but you know, for those who didn't know, that's my stance. You know, I've said that many times. The inhabitants of Canaan or Palestine or Israel, they were not black. And I also gave a time period, you know, from at least 2000 BC. You know, yeah, for the record, you know, but that's one big problem. If people want to be Hebrew Israelites, it's their right, it's their choice. But to change the ethnicity of ancient population just because they believe in a book, you know, and I'm aware some people say, and the consensus of Egyptology is not that the ancient Egyptians were black. You know, they would say that they were, you know, multicolored, multiracial, I mean, all kind of things. But for years, I have shown black ancient Egyptians, you know, from museums and from the tombs of ancient Egypt, you know, so I'm real comfortable with that, you know. I should improve. But let me just go through the comments real quick. Sep Areka Rochaka hates. Now, please type my name with only 1K because I don't want to be confused with that other dude who effed other mothers and daughters before. But he wrote that I hate hearing about blacks in Asia. It's funny because I did not even read that comment when I was talking with Judah Nasra, and we talked about that. And did it look like I was hating? You know? And then it gets never as if his cover gets blown. Well, I don't know what he's talking about, but anyway. Okay. So I may scroll. Borrowed time was watching. Young Harold, it's sad, but we can't change them all. Like Judah say, they're wicked. God, I don't know, but good conversation. Now, I think the arid environment can preserve color longer than a wet or humid environment. Yes, indeed, the arid environment will preserve the color better. Naz, you've got no proof what you make stuff up. Divinely inspired was in the place to be. No name, LOL, that's false. So the name, Divinely inspired with Heru is attested to. W is the chick. Kemetic Yiddish. So how about Judah? Okay. Now Divinely inspired has James Fionnual's book. Don't compare the name to history or mythology. I understand the difference. So that's, I believe, when we're talking about the Genesis chapter 10, I think, you know, because it's talking about people, not a place. You know, so when it's talking about Cush, it's not talking about the location Cush, but a man called Cush, which is descendant of Noah. The Kemet U in 6th Dynasty Pyramid text. JTV wrote the letter W is to U together. Asia Hawada was in the place to be. Well, I would say that the W is well, maybe 2 V's, you know, maybe 2 V's.
Okay.
2 V, maybe 2 letter V.
Oh,
but
yeah, 2 V's. Yeah, 2 V's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, the U, if we deal with the Latin or the Greek, but what we call the U, I think it's a letter V, you know. But anyway, you know, people may correct me later on. You're the only one that's making things up because your agenda, Shaka, proving you. Big Noob, Golden Falcon. Yes, indeed. Big Noob. So Noob means gold, and big, you know, Falcon, indeed. A title of rulership. You don't know what you're talking about, and you're showing Coptic. That's different. Now, as Yehuda wrote, your sound comes with Greek and Yiddish Khazarians. Oh, well, it's a good idea. It's a good idea. So, let me put. Gonna change the title. Give me one moment.
What part of the show would you say you enjoyed the most, Shaka?
Anytime there's participation in on the panel or in the chat, I like it. You know, I like it.
My bad. Go ahead.
Hiru, what part did you like?
No, I didn't catch the beginning. What was the main thing?
Oh, you missed it, man.
Yeah, I missed the beginning.
Judah just popped up from out of nowhere.
I thought I caught that. I just didn't. The whole thing was if Jesus exists, right? That was the main topic.
Oh, the question was not really if he exists, but is there any records?
Oh, true.
Proof, evidence.
Well, proof, no, just record, because proof is subjective, but just record. And any document that mentions his name, I mean their name, either Moses or Jesus during their lifetime, you know.
Right, and you don't have to prove there is no proof because there is no proof to show that there is no proof.
Well, we don't prove that something didn't exist. You know, in life, you prove that something existed. You don't prove that something did not exist. So I can.
It's very difficult, isn't it? From the ancient world, Egypt just really stands out so much. So you're gonna get this from people that don't have that. I mean, it's undeniable what Egypt done. You know, it's truly amazing. You know, for I'm sure they wanted to be known. They wanted the people after them to know what a great society they was, and a civilization. And I feel a lot of that's from other, say, especially from religious groups, it's very difficult to they're always going to try and attack Egypt, because I think there must be some sort of jealousy there because of what grand things Egypt done. Am I right or am I wrong? Sorry, guys, are you falling asleep?
No, I'm sorry. I must admit, I was just thinking about that comment. This Marisol Bonnet wrote, Shaka has the most condescending facial expressions. A lot of time I'm smiling, so apparently smiling is bad. But you have people who teach that they hate Africans as a people, and I can just play the example. And people say that it is consciousness. You know,
As a people, I hate Africans because of what they did to my people.
So I'm like, damn, some people, you know, and he sends money to a convicted rapist. You know, Filthy Frankie Sanetta is defending child molesters, but people have a problem with my facial expression because he's condescending. And I'm like, okay, what a strange world. But anyway, just going through the comments, there were many. Turkish Greeks are Arabs today. I don't agree, but.
Turkish Greeks. Turkish Greeks. They're two different
18
people,
nations / races. They are different people indeed. They are.
And there are another people that have grand, you know, Turkey. They have a lot of relics. Greece, ancient Greece has lots of relics. You know, may not be there may not be to say that they were real people, or you know, but most of the statues, I presume that they were modeled off real people. So this is what's hurting. And look, I wish that they could find some evidence. You know, it would make their argument more acceptable, you know, on a scholarly basis.
Yeah, but you know, it's up to them to provide them because they are really deep with their religious beliefs, you know, and those texts, and they're in the street, and they even disrespect Africans, you know. I mean, you know, Judah Nasra, you know, when I would ask him, you know, do you dislike Hamites and all that? He didn't really want to go all the way, but I'm sure other people will have quotes, and I probably showed some quotes of him. But then again, it's not all Hebrew Israelites. Some Hebrew Israelites are okay with Africans. But that being said, they have many Black Hebrew Israelites in America, in Europe, and other countries, other locations. They are teaching this stuff. They are teaching that we descend from the Israelites, you know, that from the Canaanites, basically. You know, Divine Inspired has just joined us. How you doing, brother?
Hey, brothers. How y'all feeling? What's up, Shaka?
Hey, Divine. Before Divine goes, can I just tell you one story? Sorry, respect Divine.
Sure.
Yeah, feel free.
Sorry, I just got this. Just remember this one and why I was mentioning it to Judah. And I hope he didn't take any disrespect by what I said about him growing a long moustache and a long ponytail, and would be known as Sensei Judah. So, I met a guy in Thailand. Not in that way, right? This guy was from Belgium. He was a white guy, and we became good friends throughout my traveling in Thailand. And he lived in the Hindu, what's the area? In between Pakistan and India. I can't remember the name now.
Punjab?
Right, sorry?
Is it the Punjab area or?
No, not the Punjab. It's the
Is it a country you're looking for or?
No. I tell you, it's why is it just? One sec.
Bangladesh.
I can't remember the name. It's
Sri
an area
Lanka?
right between. Huh?
Sri Lanka.
No. It's in between Pakistan and India. Yeah. It's like a flower. It's called like a name of a flower or a
Kashmir.
Kashmir. He was living in Kashmir. Thank you, Shaka. He was in Kashmir, and this gentleman must have lived in Kashmir for maybe about 5 years. And to my surprise, he actually started to look like one of those, like a real authentic Indian. His whole body shape, his skin color, his face looked, you know, you could tell that he was a white man. So sorry, I just thought I would mention that for some reason. I don't know why. Divine, sorry.
Yeah, jeez. I mean, it seemed kind of strange to me that he wanted to get into the ooh sound, when obviously, when you look at even as far as back as the Sixth Dynasty, it's already attested in the pyramid text, right? That, you know, you see the word commit to you. So that word wouldn't exist without that ooh sound, you know. I don't see where he was going with that, because I kind of joined late, but and then I would only surmise that since Hebrew, right, is a child of the Medu Neter, probably got it from ancient Egypt, right, and from Kemet, right? I mean, that's it may not be all that scholastic, but it's a good guess, right? So you definitely got the ayin and the sh sound from the Medu Neter, so why not? You know, but to say that it's Greek is absolutely ridiculous.
And their story points straight to Egypt, doesn't it, as well? Their whole story is based predominantly around that area underneath the Egyptian rule.
No, but hold on, Jay. So what Shaka you want to say?
Yeah, well, he kept saying this is Greek, but I was telling him, you know, this is not the Greek language. That we only use a W. We call that transliteration, you know.
Right.
And even when we deal with the Arabic and the Hebrew, we use our script, you know. When we write Muhammad or Allah, we use ALLAH, but they don't have those letters in that language. Just like with the hieroglyphic, we don't have those letters. You know, they have the you know, the glyphs, the symbols, you know. But so he was, you know, making the argument because of the, you know, the Afro, at one point the Afro-Asiatic, and then, you know, I don't know, but sometimes, you know, that's how it is when people have a stance. They have some talking points and some arguments, but maybe if he takes the time to ask a linguist or an Egyptologist, the W or the Queltic or the rope, what's the sound, and he will find out that it is ooh. And I showed him, you know, from that book by James P. Allen, you know what I'm saying? But I was still surprised by the convo, because I didn't expect the convo to go like that, because the first time I spoke to him on the panel, which was Filthy Frankie panel months ago, about a year ago maybe, that's when he said that Amen Ra comes from India. and that's why I remembered him, and I was able to ask him about that. But he was, you know, not as calm as he was when he came through here, you know. So that I disagree with, you know,
he
that
was getting
Amen
a
Ra
rough
comes from
time, wasn't
India,
he, over that
you know.
HOK, wasn't he, Shaka? Frankie
Yeah,
really
the
treated him badly,
HOK.
man. You know, they
No,
really,
when
I
I
mean,
spoke to him, it was okay. But you know, even earlier, he said something about Frankie, like kind of like you would think like maybe he will go back over there, you know. And if he wants to do that, he can. But there's some people that Frankie never respected, like JJ 7000, for example. Many times
he's
Frankie
back
would
over
just
there.
kick him off the panel. You know, yeah, he's back over there. But even before that, you know, Frankie would just kick him off the panel, and just like, you know, some people they just like to get mistreated. But all that being
Well,
said, you know, the convo. Yeah, go ahead. Feel free.
oh, sorry. Yeah, no, you're right, Shaka. And he used to get a rough time, you know. He used to get a rough time, and I think they used to abuse him badly over there, you know, in the chat, and, you know, disrespect the man's
Likes it.
family and all that, you know.
Maybe
So
because you have,
yeah, it was nice to see a more calmer Judah Nats,
Yeah,
because he's a very entertaining guy, you know, and he may have his beliefs and his way of life, and I respect everybody's religion, or but I always got to say we're all family, and I'm never going to give up any of my brothers and sisters, over no religion, or no nothing in no book. I know who my brothers and sisters are, and I love them all, and I wish them all the best in whatever they choose to do.
Well, I mean, to me, if you're black in America or in the diaspora or anywhere, and your ancestors came on the bottom of those ships, man, for you to be anti-African is to be anti-self, and that's just ridiculous to me, and it's a shame.
It's ridiculous. I would say it's ridiculous, but I wouldn't put it past anyone, Divine. But that 400 years and what it's done to black people, believe you me.
Yes, I totally understand.
Listen, we're in such a bad position here, and I like it because we must not quieten these things down and put it under no carpet, right? If people got these things and that's what they say, let them speak and let's hear it, because it is something that is eating us at the moment, and we need to kind of get over that, to get over other hurdles in our life. We're no way ready for certain knowledge, because we're still affected by certain aspects of that tragic genocide.
Yeah, every day. I mean, you can see in people's their dogmas. That's like almost their mission statement: hate Africa. What did Tazariak say? I hate Africans because they did it to my people. No, man, you descend from Africans, man. You are part of African, bro. But the thing is,
you say that, Divine. I'm sorry. Maybe maybe it's not a good thing if I meet Captain Tazariak, because I would feel so. I don't know if I could help myself to try and the knocker on the top of his forehead.
Yeah.
To knock it to see if something actually opens up. Have you seen him? He wears this headband. I mean, come on. You see, so we've got our old people loving foreign ways of life, and our own way, our own traditional way.
Mm-hmm.
We're separated from it, and we do not want to embrace it. We run from it. It's amazing to see.
Look, 500 years of captivity, and this
mash us up.
Yeah, mash us up, man. Mash us up to blood clot, man. You're right. It did. It did, man. See, and
mash us up, man.
Yeah, man. So the thing is that when you see like the whole Abo movement, right? You see the Abo movement. You see the NOI. You see the Hebrew Israelites. They are anti-African, therefore anti-self. So even when dealing with some of these people,
right,
hold on, bro.
Sorry to cut you. Sorry to cut you. I thought you'd finish. Sorry.
Yeah, even when you're dealing with these people, there are people, of course, at the end of the day, right? But you can only extend that olive branch for so far. If you're not snapping back to reality and you want to say, well, F Africans and let them starve and let them die and all the other shit, well, then for me, I can't deal with that, man. And I don't deal with that. But I engage with people from all types of alternative, should I say lifestyle? No, alternative points of view. But there's one thing they can never ever prove. They can never prove their pedigree. They can never ever prove how are they disconnected from Africa. How could you come from Judea or what have you, after the destruction of the Temple Mount there, what have you, right? In 70 AD, come across the Levant all the way to West Africa. How? And be separate and stay separate. How?
It's fictional stories and fairy tales.
Yeah, that's science fiction, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to
Science
say the
fiction.
same thing. And that's why they do what they do. And these things start from biblical narrative a long time ago for them to disown their, their rightful place on this earth as who they are. All
You're
that
right.
Hebrew talk, all that, Muslim talk, all whatever you do, Christian talk, is all to be the chosen ones. You see what I'm saying? And in
Yes.
all these books and these narratives, they downplay Africans and they make them look like the worst of people. So even before these abos and all that, that's trying to take another route, but
Right.
still disown who they are, it's been
Right.
going on for hundreds of years. That's why they act like that.
But see, here's the funny thing, right? Now, when you look at all their stories, which is pretty much the same anyway, they'd be Moor or Hebrew Israelite or Abo, it's all rooted in anti-blackness, anti-self. That's what it is. So the thing is that, okay, let's say you are a distinct population from Africa, right? You were in Africa for how many years? What, 1500 before slavery, right? So then you're Africa for 1500 years. You didn't mix, and then when you got here, damn sure wherever you went, either you went to Germany, you went to the Netherlands, you went to England, you went to America, you went to the islands, that mix didn't happen because you were forced to mix. There was no, so the fact of the matter is that you cannot prove an unbroken maternal or paternal line going back to where you think you came from. That is so insane to me, man. I'm just sorry to say it like that, I don't want to offend anyone, but it's just crazy to me, because you can never ever prove it. And then let me tell you something again. When we came off those boats, our ancestors came off those boats, man. Who said L'chaim or anything? Where was the where the who said Mazel Tov? Where are those first synagogues? But I tell you what, in the first AMEs, hello, African Methodist, right? You see, what do you see? The Kenga inside. You see Congo crosses on carved into the floorboards. That's documented. They're finding drums that they used to call people in and out to the fields with. Then they replace that with a horn, because those drums are very powerful. I'm gonna tell you right now. Because people start talking in codes and drums and shit. You know what I'm saying? So but the thing is that, show me one dreidel. Show me a menorah that's 400 or 500 years old. Show me your earliest Hebraic systems here in America, and I'll tell you where it's going to be. It's probably going to be in the 1900s or late 1800s. I digress.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Feel free.
Oh, sorry, Shaka. Yeah, the one thing what I trying to look at, say like the UK, the population of people, you have your Christians, you have your Muslims, and you have your Hindus, you have your different religions here. But what's taking place in America, I think it's the only place on earth with these different religions and offshoots and stuff. How do you feel about that, Divine?
Well, I'm sorry. My brain is going in 1,000 different directions with this mess. You're saying, how did I feel about their system? I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying, do you think I'm correct by saying that, like, the United States has created some have been leaders in forming different religions, like new religions in the world? It's the only area in the world that is really doing that.
Well, because we have freedom of expression here. I mean, to the 100th power, you know. So whatever you feel that you are, you can be. And if I can convince you that you're that too, then you're going to be it too. And then you're going to convince your family, and then so on and so on and so on. You know,
that's scary. Just wait.
That,
yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's happening because you look at you know the whole Hebrew movement. That's what's happening. You know, and see the thing is that when you compare that to,
and this was founded in America, right? Sorry to cut you. Yeah, they were founded in America. That's what I was saying. Yeah, a lot of these.
But when you compare that to African spirituality, first of all, female participation in African spirituality is paramount. Nothing happens without the woman, without the feminine essence, without you see, even our deities are female. And there are stories saying that within our different systems, where without these female essences, nothing happens. Nothing happens. Not that you can smack them down, not that you can kill them, chop their hands off, not that you beat them up whenever you want. Whatever. No, man. Or you can grape them or whatever. No. And that just shows you the nature of the people when they gave you these books and what have you. Who gave them to you? How did we receive these books? Because we didn't come off. We might have said "Assalamu alaikum" because, of course, West Africa and Central Africa, especially West Africa, was Islamic. You had a lot of Muslims, there already, right? So, but the thing is that Hebrew, no. And when you look at the picture of the last rabbi or Jewish guy from the 19th or 20th century, early 19th, 20th century, whatever. I'm sorry, 20th century. Excuse me. He's white. And that's who was in West Africa. That's who was in West Africa. I forgot his name, but that's who was in West Africa. There's a picture of him. So you don't descend from that. But then would say that he descends from the Hyksos. Are you bugging? What are you saying? So that's like, unfortunately, due to whatever they believe in, they have to do all these gymnastics, man, and all this deflection and all this other mess to come to some sort of belief that that's where they come from. And they try to prove it to you. But
they picked one of the hardest groups, didn't they? I mean, it's not the easiest group. And I always wonder, and I say, why did they pick the Jewish religion? Seeing how the Jewish people, they live, right? We see how they live. And
but they don't pick because it's like, okay, first of all, you ever see how they dress? I mean, like the ones from One West, the ones like from like Tazariak,
with the door knocker on his head.
That looks like S&M to me. You have these big leather forearm bands, with come on, bro, come on.
Yeah, that looks like Charles Manson, isn't it? Or not Charles Manson, Alice Cooper.
No, man, it looks like Sex Pistols, man. It looks like Johnny Rotten.
Hold on, let me show something, because the Divine Inspired was talking about the African way of life. A woman role is undeniable, and he said at one point, they're not saying, okay, yeah, we can cut women's hand or rape them. And here, this video is entitled "Rape on the Torah Law." Now let's hear a Hebrew Israelite. He said that publicly.
Maybe the girl who was molested by the ISGP.
So for those who don't know, these guys, GMS, they're the one who say that a girl can be like 9-year-old and they can have sex with, that's GMS. You know what I'm saying? But they're not the only one. But Sanera doesn't want to tell us the other one. Now this guy here is Mighty Hebrew. For those who wonder who Mighty Hebrew is, Sanera talked about him. Punk Unc also talked about him.
How about the Mighty fucking Hebrew? This nigga went to jail for rape, dog. Go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga,
And that
don't
nigga
fuck
back
this.
in the community like everything good, Hebrews quiet. Let's not forget the mighty Hebrew nigga, who you get constantly on your channel, who's on all the Hebrews channel. Don't forget the mighty Hebrew, the bald head nigga, been already incarcerated in prison for molesting a young child.
Everybody, hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute. Time out, everybody. Time out. Let me say this real quick while you getting your pictures up there, brother.
Oh, it's already up
First
there.
thing I want to let the people know, I love my brother, the mighty Hebrew. Me and Hebrew, we go through our little beefs and fight, and brothers fight. The mighty Hebrew knows me personally. I know him. I know his family. He stayed at my house a few times. Him, his family, his children.
So he stayed at his house a few times. Okay, let's hear what he said.
Instagram, Twitter, OTV. I'm saying I love all Israel, even the ones that are underdogs like GMS and other different camps that are.
He loves all Israel, and he said GMS. Okay, let's continue.
So he loves Israel worldwide, even the one that are on the dog like GMS. He loves GMS. We heard what GMS teach. And I'm sorry for the bad quality. There's a lot of background noise. We're best to use a headset if you have one. Now, what else is he going to say?
How respectable man, and I would sit down and go to GMS. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, even though a lot of people may not like GMS, at the end of the day, they're still a part of the nation of Israel. So we even got to talk to them brothers and sisters. You cannot leave no Israelite behind. You can't, no matter which
Can't leave no Israelite behind. We can't.
And this is my brother right here. I acknowledge Yahweh Shai as Moshiach. I acknowledge Yahweh Shai as a war general. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to sit and break bread with my brother. This is my brother. I love my brother. You know what I'm saying? And the elder Barak from House of David said it best. You know, the first thing we have to do, we said this yesterday at the summit, we have to love one another. And that's the thing that we do not have. Because I'm going to close out. I say shalom to the brothers. I got a question. It's a great little story. Now, I just want to say this. You know, a lot of brothers try to disassociate themselves with the elder Tahar.
A lot of brothers start to disassociate themselves with the elder Tahar. Tahar is the guy that we heard. You know, we're going to get him young, man. Have sex with him, her babies, man. That's Tahar, right? And if I'm wrong, somebody's going to correct me.
No, you're right.
Because of the rape doctrine. Now, if I ask him,
he said because of that rape doctrine. That's a Hebrew Israelite speaking.
Because of that rape doctrine. Now, if I asked him how many people had this man raped, they would have to say none. See, that's a great little story. Now, I just want to say this. You know, a lot of brothers try to disassociate themselves with the elder Tahar, you know, because of that rape doctrine. Now, if I asked them how many people had this man raped, they would have to say none. Say in the video that he wasn't referring to this kingdom right here, and he basically, you know, coincided with what Elder Barak said yesterday. The woman has to scream out. If she does not scream out, it's not necessarily rape. And the Elder Tahar made that very.
The woman has to scream out. If she does not scream out, it's not necessarily rape. So if a guy does this, the woman can't scream. So they're going to say, well, lady, it's not right. You did not scream. We did not hear you scream.
Well, if you talk to the brother, he's a very wise man. Because some of the brothers that I keep.
The brother is a very wise man. 12-year-old.
What's taught by Elder Tahar? So my brother I used to work with just taught by Elder Tahar. So I mean, you know, all of us are forth in some shape, form, and fashion, but you can't totally take that man's credibility away because, you know, something is working because he's got them in a lot of people. Because, you know, something is working because he's got them in a lot of people. Because, you know, something is working because he's got them in a lot of people. you know, a lot of people may not be in agreement with the way that they conduct themselves, but they're like the zealots of Yasha Allah. You know what I mean? They're those ones ready at any time to go to war. So their personalities are totally different than ours. But you can't erase them. You know what I'm saying? Conduct themselves, but they're like the zealots of Yasha Allah. You know what I mean? They're those ones.
For the record, I'm not the one who did the editing. This is not my video, okay? So it's going to repeat at times. It's not me. You know? Sometimes, you know, you see me going back. You know, you can see the arrows when I went back. You know, but that's not me. You know, just for the record.
Ready at any time to go to war. So their personalities are totally different than ours. But you can't erase them. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna say Shalom to the Elder Tahar.
Absolutely. Again, giving all honor and praise to Yahweh, to Elder Tahar. You know, I give all honor and respect to the brother, to the elder, to the Zaquin.
So the other one told him to say shalom, peace to the Elder Tahar, and now he's saying he's giving him all what?
Elder Tahar. You know, I give all honor and respect to the brother.
All honor and respect to the brother. 12 years old.
To the elder, to the Zaquin. He put in a lot of work. I know him.
Not only 12 years old, but you can just, you know, rape, you know, and some women don't report that. Some women fantasize about that.
Is, you know, beginners coming from out of ISUPK on 125th, branching off, creating a millstone.
Was, you know, apparently he was in ISUPK at one point, but he's talking about somebody who was in ISUPK.
Again, you know, the only way to fully understand what the people is talking about, we have to actually sit down with them and build. You can't take one precept and then run with it because you heard what was said. It has to be understood within the context of Torah.
It has to be understood within the context of Torah. Let's listen to this then.
The understanding of rape. Here's a prime example.
The understanding of rape. Not seduce.
That's crazy. The only way you will be put to death dealing with rape is if you actually violate a man's wife.
If you look in the Torah, the only way you will be put to death if you rape is if it's another man's wife.
If you rape her and she screams out, then you get put to death.
You rape her and she screams out, then you get put to death. Because she is betrothed or married already.
Or you rape a woman when she's in the state of being courted.
Now that word, it sounds like it's Hebrew. I don't know what that word is. If Two Real knows, or anybody in the chat knows, feel free to let me know. We're gonna have the replay, slow motion. I don't know that word. You know, I'm not sure if it's an English word or a Hebrew word.
When you look at the Torah, the only way you will be put to death dealing with rape is if you actually violate a man's wife and you rape her and she screams out and you get put to death, or you rape a woman when she's in the state of being courted. And if you
phonetically, it sounds like koi, see, but I don't know. But it's not horny. No, it doesn't sound like horny to me.
Rape that woman, then you get put to death. Now, if you rape a woman that's a virgin.
Now, if you rape a woman that's a virgin,
and she's not with nobody then.
And she's not with nobody then, she's not betrothed.
Under the Torah law.
Under the Torah law,
you have to be with her for life.
You have to be with her for life. I guess he's wrong too, right?
So I'm sorry it was a bit long, but you have the link here, rape on the Torah law. And if you look at Deuteronomy chapter 22, 28, that's what he's referring to. Rape on the Torah law. If a woman is a virgin and she's not betrothed, she's not promised to somebody. If the guy is caught, you see that? Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 28. If a man happens to meet a virgin who is not pledged to be married and rapes her and they are discovered, he shall pay her father 50 shekels of silver. He must marry the young woman, for he has violated her. He can never divorce her as long as he lives. So, the woman gets raped and she's forced to marry her rapist.
Oh, jeez.
Now, for those who don't know, he talked about GMS before that. And in that same video, if you go forward, if you go backward, listen to those guys.
Polite said, hold on, look. Polite said the black woman is God. Though.
That's right. So she ain't about the black woman is God. That God would have been all right with a woman being raped. No,
because that's your mind. That's your mind.
That's my mind.
That was my mind. That's my.
That's my being a.
It's a shame that we have Polite, which is a bad example because he's in prison because he abused a 14-year-old girl. And for the record, here, Real Talk wrote that Shaka Amos of the HOK admitted dealing with his girl's 14-year-old daughter at the same time. I think he said that he was with the girl after the mother, but I don't think he said she was underage. I doubt that, not to defend him, you know what I'm saying? He's not my homie. I ain't cool with him, but if you have any video of that, I would like to see that. I really doubt that Shaka Amos admitted that he was with an underage girl, you know what I'm saying? Because that would have been making a lot of noise, for all these years. But anyway, let's hear GMS.
I thought the same thing. I thought the same thing.
A man, a husband, and a father wouldn't condone no doctrine that say at 12 years old or any age that it's permissible for someone to be raped.
Don't give me Judges. What is it? Judges 19.
No sane man is going to accept the doctrine at this point. You see, they said I was intelligent, but the truth was not with me. But this shit just got insane. Now I let them pass with the fish that ate a whole nigga. I let them pass with that shit. But you ain't getting the rape pass, man.
After his head is opened up, he gonna be flying, man. It's like Neo.
That's right. That's right. Neo. Let me keep going. We have to ask you a question. How many of your fathers here? Just be for real. You're a father. Now, what if someone is overwhelmed by the spirit of the Most High God, and he reads your scripture, and he take your daughter, and he just raped your daughter? What do you say to that? If he lived.
I just want the brother to know that I'm not looking in any website. I already looked before. It's tafas. The word is tafas. All right. Rape is an English word. In Hebrew, the word is tafas, which means to grab, to hold, to seize.
Like you live, walk like you walk, talk like you talk. Because y'all live amongst each other. Yeah. Y'all live amongst each other. So what happens when one of y'all feels so overwhelmed by the Spirit of God that when you see one of each other's daughters, you just grab her up? You gonna tell one of these brothers here, come on, you know the doctrine. You know how we get when you get.
Well, answer it.
We just told you that.
How would y'all respond?
In this time,
that was if it did happen, but if it did happen, you would allow it to happen. Why? Because you go back to the scriptures.
You're supposed to be a brother.
Hold on. You gonna.
So anyway, you have an idea, you have the link, rape under Torah law, but you heard if that was to happen, then you have to let it happen. You go back to the scripture, and somebody said you have to be a brother. Those are grown men who be teaching that in the street.
Yeah, and also focusing on certain parts. Look how big that book is, and to focus on such parts like that.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, brother. But yeah. I mean, all the different sacrifices that they have to do, but this part about the rape, or they're very, very, very eager. You know what I'm saying, to explore that.
They love it.
Yeah,
they love it.
They love
they
it.
look like they will go and do it. And I tell you, Shaka, I swear, I got my sisters, man, and I'm muck about with no rapists, right? So look, why focus? And then also get an energy out of this conversation as well, because sometimes you might be in a group and we'll be talking, and someone might say something on the and sometimes it doesn't sit well. So obviously we wouldn't say to him, "Oh, don't say that again," but maybe just by looking at the rest of the crowd, he kind of says, right, okay, I might have said the wrong thing there. But when you have people joining in now, like he said something, and then people are now joining in and finding it entertaining. That part, why? Out of that book, why is that part something to be talking about?
Well, how about this? Why is it in the book to begin with? I mean,
there you go.
Where you could,
because that's what they used to do. Because
Exactly.
that's what they used to
There
do.
you go. But books must be revised.
well, I'll put it this way.
They will never revise it, but
They never-
they can say, okay, that's the book that we believe in, but you know, we this part we don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, but but that's the HOK mentality, you know, because once again, I have Frankie on tape asking him which are. I'm gonna play this, but I can show you better than I can tell you.
What?
The same people who said, yeah, you have to let it happen. You got to be your brother, right? When I asked Frankie, which other Hebrew Israelite group teach that you can have sex with a 9-year-old girl?
Listen, you
So,
think I'm
listen,
leaving
okay,
the
can I
show?
talk now? Can I talk now?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Sekou didn't say anything pseudo at all. And the people have
Okay,
stated
he
that
did.
for years. You know, now, Sanada, if you don't mind, you said that other people teach that you can have sex with a 9-year-old girl. Like, do you mind telling which other Hebrews or like organization teach that? Because you see, I'm not from New York, you know, so to me it's news, and I'd like to know when I go to New York with my daughter where I should avoid going. So if you don't mind, Sanada, which other Hebrews or like organization teach that thing that GMS teach?
Well, there's a lot of Hebrew Israelite groups out there that teach that. I'm not calling out no names or nothing like that. All I'm gonna tell you is that a lot of them teach that, brother. A lot of Hebrew Israelites teach that.
I appreciate that.
And you know, there's a difference with people who teach that another can have sex with a 9-year-old girl as long as she has a period, and GMS, who, as we have seen, teach that if somebody rapes one of their daughter, they have to let it happen because you go back to the scripture. I don't know if people really got that part. It's not even about getting married with a 9-year-old girl. No, I want to go back just so people can hear it, right?
Overwhelmed by the spirit of y'all live amongst each other. So what happens when one of y'all feels so overwhelmed by the spirit of God that when you see one of each other's daughters, you just grab her up? You're gonna tell one of these brothers here, come on, you know the doctrine. You know how it get when you get.
Well, answer it.
We just told you that.
How would y'all respond?
In this time,
that was
But if it did happen, but if it did happen, you would allow it to happen. Why? Because you go back to the scriptures.
But if it did happen, you will allow it to happen because you go back to the scriptures.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, man.
That's disgusting. And you know, there's another video, and where Tahar is banging on his wall or what have you, saying that because he caught a lot of flack after this video came out, and he keeps banging on the wall, and he was saying, "You can't tell me I can't rape when I want." It's like, are you kidding?
I wish I had that link.
Yeah, me
I
too.
wish I had that link.
Yeah, because you know, and it's like, you know, you're a degenerate, man, and that's just plain and simple, man. If you, God, it's disgusting, man. You know, it's just so disgusting, you know.
Yeah, it's there's nothing says religion, you know, or something positive, you know, by you know, I just can't believe so-called religious people, you know, are behaving like this, you know. They're and that is another effect on the mindset of the people as well, you know. So you've got quite a large proportion of the world Muslim and Christian, and the Hebrew Israelite seems to be a stem off that, or you could even say the Torah was before the Christianity, you know. But it's just they don't really have a good way of life because you go to church or because you pray 5 times a day. That means that you do no wrong, or you know, or it's just
Those guys are sick. They are sick.
Yeah.
They are.
There's something wrong with them
They are.
guys there because you know, and
If they
they're
are,
enjoying it. You know, they look like rapists because if I was a policeman and I hear them talking that, you know, I'd have said, right, lock up all these people here, because they're not rapists, but they could be rapists until they
should be on watch
until they
list.
denounce what they just said. Yes, that's what
Yeah.
I would have done. I had my secret police out there, like, what? Is that what you said? Come in the van. You know what I mean? It's just
Sanetta,
you know.
when he was defending Polite, he started talking about all those Hebrews who molested girls,
Yeah.
who raped women, who went to prison for that, or who ran, So that's just because he was defending Polite. And even those molestation reports, he's protecting them. Some of those guys may be on his panel having debates.
Yes.
And one day they're gonna rape a woman or rape a girl or molest a girl. And maybe we're gonna find out that Sanetta knew that person. Maybe we're gonna find out that's one of the person that's on his panel on a regular basis.
You know what? I would
Because
expand.
the mighty Hebrew has been on his panel recently for the last few months, for the last
he's
few
always
years.
He lives in
After he
Africa,
said
right?
that he lives in Africa, but he's
Yeah.
been on his panel on a regular basis. You know what I'm saying? ICPK, we know that Zayak sends money to a convicted rapist, but we don't have his identity. I don't know if he's still in jail. I don't know how long the sentence was. I don't know how old the victim was, but we know it's a girl. You know it's a girl, right? So maybe that person gets on the panel every now and then. I mean, that's just insane. That's just insane.
It is. It is.
Well,
These grown men in the street. If they
grown men.
teach that in the street, in front of people, in private, you can only imagine.
You can only imagine what's happening. What they do behind closed doors.
Well, I tell you, I'm going to expand my team, and I'm going to have when I lock them up, then I'll go to the family and do my investigation and make. Has he been around any young kids? Right, where the kids at? Right, team, please. We need to have a look interview with the children. Make sure they're all right, because we got a would-be rapist, you know what I mean, in custody, man. Like, what? Rape? And then you're going to tell now, I must live with that as well? Come on, man. This is mental torture. This is mental torture. It's just, and why focus on that? It's just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Not a religious bone in their body.
Now, hold on. Real Talks wrote that the victim was 13 years old. So I asked him, how does he know that the victim of the ICPK member was 13 years old? And he would ICPK put money on that pedo's prison books every week. Well, how do you know that? And how do you know the age?
Well, real talk.
Because we don't even know the identity of the guy. But Chris Harris said that it is Zayak's cousin.
But he
was
admitted,
mentioned by
he
his-
said that he was doing it though.
Come again? No.
He admitted it. But he
admitted
didn't
that
say it was his cousin.
Yeah, he didn't say that. Chris Harris said that. You know what I'm saying.
Right. He
So,
didn't say it was his
but
family
Zaya
member.
did not deny. He did not deny. But those people are very secretive when it comes to these rapists and child molesters. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, brother. That would only be one can only surmise to the actual numbers and instances of these pedos and how many times they've done it. It just makes you, because they keep everything all hush hush.
And the victims don't speak.
No, they have their own.
They're too scared. They're too scared.
What do they do?
Scared, embarrassed. You don't want to go publicly and talk about stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's understandable. But those guys, they know who did that. And indeed, like Giovanni Inspired said. How many times did they do it? How many victims?
Exactly.
It's
That's
an
where my mind is
insane
going.
world. And that's the HOK. And Jabari Osase is down with that. The Shrine of Isafed is down with that. Reggie Mabry is down with
those
that.
guys,
Smash Rockwell is
all
down
those
with
guys,
that. Bobby
right?
Benga is down with that.
That's
Sister Prison is down with that. Dosolina is down with that. And the fake advocate wanted to be down with that. And she got humiliated. I mean, dang. JJ 7000 is back over there. Yara is back over there. Who knows?
What
Zuquan
about
may
the other
go back,
one,
but
Konai? I've not seen him for a
Kona,
while.
I think
But
he
you mentioned
disappeared.
him
He made a
earlier,
live
didn't you?
stream. Yeah, he made a video, said that he's gonna, retire or whatever. I don't know what happened.
He's retiring.
But I heard him say that. He had a live stream saying that
Okay.
he's gonna retire from the internet. You know what I'm saying? So from YouTube or whatever, something to that effect. You know what I'm saying? But actually, Kona, it's good you mentioned Kona. Let's see what Kona said publicly.
Yeah, what
Sanada
did he
changed the
say?
subject. Sanada changed the
Yes,
subject real
yes,
quick.
he said it as
I'm
well.
gonna tell you why, because I'm an Israelite and Tazariak Israelite, and I think his doctrine is off compared to what we teach. We both had the same mission, but he's telling the Israelites it's okay to mix race, right? He's telling that they got a doctrine saying that if a child reached a flower, they could be 15 or 9 years old. You can have sex with them. This is
Okay,
what they
now you
teach.
talk about running.
Now, for those who don't know, reaching the flower is just another way of saying getting the period. The way Sanada reacted, to me, it shows that he knows that's what they are teaching, and he just decided to change the subject. Oh, you're talking about running,
Absolutely.
So I don't expect IUCPK to publicly admit that's what they teach, but I'm pretty sure some people used to be in IUCPK or people are still in IUCPK, but yet none of them want to say. So ask those people, ask them. That's not a Hebrew Israelite who lives in America who said that, because some people are going to be tripping and say, oh yeah, but you don't live in America. Why are you worried so much about America? That's what he
It's a
said
perfect
publicly.
place. Yeah, he said.
Yeah, that
you know,
xenophobia stuff is BS, and I'm sorry, Jade, but they all used to be all together, like GMS, ISUPK. They all come from the same school, which was UPK, right?
Right.
So the thing is that they both, it's in the Bible, so they're going to have to teach it. They're going to have to live by it.
There.
So rape is within their doctrine. If they don't teach it or whatever, it's still there. It's still there.
And
so
it's
it's
not-
genocide. So it's infanticide.
And Saneda, like we've been at Road, he knows all of them, but Saneda is going against us. He knows those rapists, those child molesters. He knows the molestation report. He said it live on air. He said there's many groups that teach that you can have sex with a 9-year-old girl. He doesn't name them. He doesn't go after them, but he goes after us. And he has some Nubians, people who defend Malachi York. He defended Malachi York years back and recently, a few days ago. I mean,
that's his base. See, that's where he he gets the support from. He has his little BS debates from when he sets them up. That's who's participating. So the thing is that, first of all, if you are a Nuwapian in 2024, you're really crazy.
But they're still there. They're still there, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. I mean, not for nothing. That stuff is just so bizarre, and they keep moving the goalposts, and it's just
Divine.
crazy.
What happened when you first encountered a Nubian?
What happened when I encountered a Nubian?
Did you ever encounter one? Did you ever see one, or was it an undercover? What kind? Because I've never heard of it myself.
Well, I'll tell you this. Back when they were called like the Ansar, right? Ansar Islamic Hebrews, right? I almost became one. almost. I must have been like 19, right? And I got like almost trapped into the way they looked. They were wearing those white the white 3/4 clothing, the gowns and everything. They had their own community. They had like their own it was like Arabic was very alluring to me for some reason. They had all these tracks that we used to, that we would read, whatever. They had all these oils and incense and everything. It looked exotic. So my 19-year-old brain, that was very attractive. Until one day, and I'm gonna tell you what happened. And I was building with these guys for like weeks, man. Right? It's like every weekend I would hit Times Square, and that's where they would be, they would always say that the white man was the devil.
Huh.
Right? Until one day I saw a white man out there with them.
Huh.
I said, well, wait a minute. This guy's, he's white with red hair, man. Right? And he has his turban on and everything.
No way.
And I said, it's okay. So what's up with this guy right here? He's with you.
Huh.
Right? So then so there's one guy, he was like, yeah, but he'll never see paradise. So I said,
excuses.
Well, what's he doing out here? He'll never see paradise, and what's he doing out here? So that kind of smacked me into reality a little bit. Say, this is bullshit, man. This is my, but I said, this is BS, man. So I said, what else is going on over here? But the thing is, during, over the course of some time, I recognized that, man, it was pure, foolishness, man. It was, and look what it turned out to be. Thank goodness, thank the ancestors, man, that I never, ever, I didn't get down with that, man. I almost did. I almost wanted to join them, man.
What year was that, Divine? Was it 70s or 80s?
No,
bro.
80s? No, it was it might have been like the 80s, man. Oof.
Right, so that was right. Okay,
89.
so I'm just trying to get a time frame. So you're walking
89.
around in the 80s, and so they got like bookstores or like a table.
Yes. They had various
and
tables
dressed
down
up.
there. Yes.
Incense, clothing.
Yes. Yes.
Exotic.
They had
certain preaching, certain doctrines.
Yes. and it made it look so
inviting.
Desirable, man, to
desirable. That's right. That's right. Yeah.
So I understand how people get wrapped up in the dogma.
Escapism.
There you go. But see, you're not thinking of it as escapism, because that's what it ultimately is. But at the time, when you're being wrapped up into it, you're not thinking about that. You're thinking about, like, this is a community. This is, black folks, and everything's strong, and these are strong brothers. You know what I'm saying? So, who wouldn't be a part of that, right? Until you see certain things. And when I saw that fight with that red beard, man, I said, well, what's this doing out here?
Well, if they're doing that, then can you imagine what else they're doing? Because these organizations are very open. They're like an open playing field for a predator. Religious movements have people are family orientated, so they're bringing their children in.
Look at the Boy Scouts. How many losses have the Boy Scouts incurred because of what's going on? And Boy Scout,
I was a Boy Scout. Yeah.
Yep. Me too. And the
Boy Scout. But I never got, back in the day.
Jay, can I ask you a question?
Go on.
In the Boy Scouts in England, right?
Yeah.
Are they tied? Okay. When you went to the Boy Scouts, did you go through your church?
That's a good question. Either the church. No, I think it was through my school. No, you have the Scouts. I think you just contact the Scouts. I'd have to ask my mum. I'll have to ask my mum. Maybe it was through school. So maybe I was at school one day, and they bring in leaflets. When you're at primary and that, and say, "Oh, take this home." You're like, "Mum, look. Scouts. I want to join the Scouts." It probably was something like that. I was a right terror. When I was a kid.
And excuse my ignorance, because I never thought that they had the Boy Scouts in anywhere else besides America. But because there's one rank that is backed by Congress.
They're in France as well.
They're in France as well. Get that.
We also got the Brownies. Have you got the Brownies?
Yeah. It was started in Weeblos.
But I'm sure that comes from the UK, or Europe, Divine. I'm sure it does.
Oh, it was BSA, man. Boy Scouts of America, man. I mean, it was started by this
guy.
Oh,
Boy Scouts is American?
Baden Powell. That was his name.
Ah, so it got it okay, and then it was transported across the world. Okay.
It was
Well,
it was
the Boy Scouts was rife with abuse.
yeah,
Rife
man.
with abuse. The young white boys. In sports as well, we're seeing a lot of the coaches abusing. We found the gymnasts have been abused. A lot of they locked up a coach from, I think it was Manchester City, one of the biggest football clubs in the world, and he was abusing the would-be footballers. So we don't know who's been. You see, because we were talking about the victims, which was a really, you know, the amount of stuff going on now that's unreported, you know, through circumstances, not their fault, you know, and these people know what they always seem to be in a certain thing, like a religious group or a coaching children. You know, they're always near the kids.
Anything
Some of
organized.
the predators. Yeah, it's open for predators, you know.
It
Hold
is.
on, hold on, please. I'm sorry. Let me just respond to this.
What's up, Shapa?
Yahawada for I. He asked, "What is the low/age in Kemet?" And then, by the time I was answering, he put, what is the age/low on the stones or nature, if you like. So I told him, I don't know the quote-unquote legal age of marriage in ancient Egypt, but they surely didn't teach it's allowed to rape, contrary to some Hebrew Israelites. So then he put, so can we teach off? And I quoted him and said, I don't understand that sentence. And then he's asking, is your religion/doctrine/belief/energy/wave teach rape or are pedos? Now, here I wrote, I don't know the legal age of marriage in ancient Egypt, so that's Kemet, but they surely didn't teach it's allowed to rape. So your question is already answered. Anyway, feel free.
Yeah, I think at some point he's gonna have to pop up and have a chat with you, Shaka, because there's only so much you can say.
Yeah,
in
but
the chat,
unfortunately, JTV, the majority of people don't come up. They don't come up. Majority of people, they remain in the chat. And now that's my
what, they just don't want to show their face? Is that what
Well,
they do, Shaka?
There's many people it's like that, and sometimes I wonder why. But I mean, I'm not talking about him, but we have all those Hebrews who like teaching that it's okay
Yeah,
to
it could
rape.
be
You know what I'm
anyone.
saying? Some of them have cases. You know what I'm saying? Some of them, they know if they show their face, a person's going to say, hey, I know that guy, he did this, he did that, so they remain hidden. But my main channel, is going to be public again, and then the chat is going to be open to supporters only. But hold on. So you think they did not do incest?
We don't focus on that. We don't even think about it. I mean,
but check this out. No, we can talk about anything. Now here,
no, we can't.
He never mentioned.
But why?
No, but he didn't. Check this out. He did not mention incest before. Now it's a new question. Where in the Bible there is incest. Abraham, we're talking about Abrahamic religion. He was married to his sister Sarah, and you have the story of, I think it's Lot. But one of these guys, his daughters, got him drunk and slept with him. But I don't care how drunk I am. I ain't gonna have sex with my children. That's one thing for sure. I don't drink alcohol, but anyway. So the rulers, the pharaohs, they were married. Their sisters. I don't know if they will really get intimate. But some rulers, yes. Did marry their relatives, their brothers, yes, but there were reasons for that, but I don't know if they really besides getting married, officially to keep the bloodline, the matrilineal dynasties.
Royal families do that today, Shaka.
Well, I don't know, but I'm just saying.
Well, the royal families are all related, Shaka. They're all cousins, and they have a certain disease as well. Especially the UK royalty, they have a certain blood disease because they've been marrying each other's cousins and stuff like that. That is a fact.
Well, yeah,
That,
from the
that
UK.
exists, but we're not promoting that. You know, we're not
Well,
promoting that. We're
well,
not saying that that was
it's,
right,
it's,
even if
it's,
it did.
it's interesting you mentioning that because Berbers they marry among cousins, and in many Muslim countries they do that. Many
Yeah.
Muslim countries they do that. You know what I'm saying? It's something well known. You know, so yeah, that was just for the record. You know.
Hey, Shaka, this brother subscribed to you also.
Yeah, he said that. He said that, but he said it earlier as well. You know, but yeah, it is what it
No,
is.
man, shout out to Asia Wahada. Shout out. It's just, you know, pop up. Real Talk finished Judah in the chat, man. I thought Real Talk was too real.
No.
I thought Too Real would have enjoyed to see. Well, then again, maybe he wouldn't have. But no, Real Talk. I remember him now, and he knows, boy, the stuff that he put. I don't know, boy. I don't know.
No, they're two different people, bro.
Huh?
They're two different people.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
I know now. I know now after seeing all them texts, and I remember who that Real Talk is now.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, brothers and sisters, it's been 4 hours and a half. Yeah, I'm gonna get some sleep. But you know, hey, thank you for coming up. You know what I'm saying? It was good convo. Thank you for the support, brothers and sisters.
Oh yeah. Thank you.
So I'm just
Thank you, Shaka. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, man.
That was a good show.
So
it was.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was different. You know, it was interesting, and I was very surprised at Judah Nasra. You know, because the few times, you know, I mean, I only spoke with him only once, but I heard him before, and you know, it was good convo. I would say it was good convo, even if we disagreed. You know, we did not disrespect each other, so it's good. So let me make my closing remarks. Stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to, by the nature, we'll definitely holler back at you. I don't argue. I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. If you do not think right, you will not act right. If you know better, you will do better. Do I to do nature? Hotel. Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving Medu Nature classes, and here, that's the flyer. Okay, so those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool, but I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video Kemet and Ma'at before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neture classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Neter class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/Ma'at Forever.